varied substrate, climbing and perching structures, shelter areas, topographic diversity, water access, incorporation of natural plants are done for physical habitat. Behavioral enrichment for placing suitable trees, shrubs, and bushes in the enclosure to provide the animals opportunity for climbing, swinging, feeding, playing, rubbing the antlers, etc. About the marking of the animals, usually ear tags are used for marking the animals in ungulates in the zoos. The population control is one of the main how do I say it's a main important function, not function, but it's an important component in the zoo to control the population of the herbivore. The most common method used is the separation of sex. It's a common method, reversible, and it's non-invasive method. So most of the zoos in India prefer separation of sex method to control the population. Talking about the conservation breeding programs, 73 endangered species are identified under conservation breeding program by CZA, and of these 73 species, 18 species are ungulates. And out of the of this 73, 24 species are in the priority list, and 6 species of ungulates are mentioned in the priority list of conservation breeding program. These are the 18 species of endangered species identified for conservation breeding program. Oh, sorry. Just one last slide. So, how do I go back? Just one last slide. A review of conservation breeding program was done in of all the conservation breeding programs of India, and the different scenarios were set, and these are the 4 scenarios. And for the Tibetan antelope, Hangul, Alpine muscadina, Himalayan sero, Nilgiri tar, and white water buffalo, no programs were initiated. And since the population of certain ungulates is dwindling, it is the time to expand the network, develop partnership, and collectively bring effective actions for the conservation of ungulates in India. Yeah. Save the ocean, save the beach, Project William. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharo. Have a nice day. We'll go to the next one. We have on the next we have the second one, non-existent one. Hamza second, right? Hamza yes, Hamza. Second one and one yes. Non-existent one. No, let's go to the second one like this. With the next presentation. So let it finish. Yeah, we just. So next presentation is a non-invasive development monitoring complicated by hands and
Should I start? A very good morning to everyone. I am Hamza from Vanvia National Park, Bhopal, and this is my presentation on non-invasive health monitoring in translocated wild bovids. So this presentation is not just about gores. This is about conservation translocations, animal welfare, and how to bridge the gap between the two. So gores, they are the world's largest living wild cattle species native to South Asia. They can be easily identified by their socks, white socks. They are very important. They are also called the engineers of the ecosystem by their grazing and browsing activities. They shape vegetation dynamics and maintain the ecosystem balance. Naturally, they have threats such as habitat fragmentation, and due to that, there is a loss of connectivity, poaching, and infectious diseases which are transmitted to the livestock animals. So the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department and the WII, they have made a gore reintroduction plan to re-establish the gores in the Sanjay Dubri Tiger Reserve and restore ecological balance and enhance the biodiversity of the Tiger Reserve. And this a similar project has taken place in 2011 in Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve, where these gores were reintroduced successfully. So, conservation translocation, as we all know, they are very important, but these translocations are the most stressful events in the lives of these animals, and stress it is an important factor which determines the success of a translocation project. So how does stress work? So this flow chart would be very easy for you to understand. The stimulus it leads to acute stress, and a continuous flow of acute stress leads to chronic stress. And chronic stress is mostly because of the glucocorticoids. Acute stress is very important for the fight and flight, for the survival of the animal, but these repeated acute stress leads to chronic stress, which leads to the pathological conditions. So, how can we link chronic stress to translocation failure? So, these are very these.
Just a minute. Everybody to maintain silence here. You all are talking amongst each other, it's disturbing. So we're wasting time on that. If you want to be in a session, please maintain this. Thank you.
So this is how we can link chronic stress with translocation failure, and starvation disease, increase in decreased reproductive capacity, vigilance, and increase in dispersal from the release site. These are the main reasons for a translocation failure, and how chronic stress acts on it is the main is how the translocation failure occurs. So this is how can we decrease the vulnerability of the animal to chronic stress? This is a very big topic, but I have given a brief picture of it. So the main points are capture and handling, captivity, transport, and release. We can decrease the stress of the animal during these points. And so, how can we monitor the stress or other the health aspects of the animal non-invasively? So we can use the body condition scoring and environmental sampling or the fecal sampling. We can also use camera traps and radio collaring. So, physiological and physical health monitoring we can do using the fecal cortisol metabolites, which are released in the feces. We can evaluate it using ELISA techniques, and the physical condition we can we can monitor using the. So I'll just we followed all the capture protocols, keeping in mind the welfare of the animal. We kept the animal in the sternal recumbency, and we had a soft release strategy which was divided in three phases. We released the animal in a small enclosure, 2 hectare enclosure, then a 30 hectare enclosure, finally into the wild. So fecal cortisol, metabolite, body condition scoring, then the scoring parameters. The results we got was, I'll show you the summary. So the population success metrics was that the population growth increased to 7 individuals. Then the behavior adaptation was the natural herding patterns were established. Spatial integration, the animals had established their home range. The habitat was utilized to 67.7% of dense forest, and then the corridor usage was also observed. The key findings was there was a 17 times fold stress elevation completely recovered. Okay, the stress was completely recovered after 30 days. 86.75% population was maintained a good health post translocation, and this dual methodology provided a comprehensive health assessment, and it also gave us a real time monitoring which enabled an adaptive management. So, to conclude, we had developed an evidence based welfare protocols which improved the management efficiency, and we had shifted from a reactive to a proactive health management thing. And animal welfare was prioritized, and we had almost bridged the gap between conservation necessities and animal welfare with the science. So, thank you.
Thank you, Hamza. So the next presentation, another scroll on the Indian book by Lisa Shah.
Alisa.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I welcome you all to my presentation.
She marks it after this.
Okay.
So at time disturbance at all. Everybody one time to do very fast. Okay, and that is it. I mean, there's some issues with their. Grant, उधर का हो, तो कोई जान लो तुम में से ऐसे तो क्लियर हो
Last one. Last. Thank you. So I'll be speaking on unilateral scrotal hernia and capra herpes and its correction. Does this work? Next. Is the one.
Take your time. आराम से करा टाइम It's working.
Okay. Now, we'll tell you, we're going through the background, understanding what is scrotal hernia, then identifying the risk factors, then diagnostics for accurate condition assessment, then its surgical correction and outcome, then a short application in wildlife. Now, first thing, what is pathophysiology and what is actually scrotal hernia? It's the protrusion of the intestinal or abdominal contents into the scrotum. This is actually an extension of the inguinal hernia. There can be a tear in the abdominal wall or abdominal wall can be so leading to scrotal hernias. And 1.7% of all the clinical case hernias are actually scrotal. So unilateral presentation is more common, and there is visible enlargement of the scrotum and possible complications, predominantly strangulation of the intestines. Now coming to risk factors, primarily traumatic injuries or tear in the abdominal wall, then genetic factors, some breeds have genetically weak abdominal wall, so there can be more possibility of a tear in the abdominal wall, but traumatic injuries predominantly the main cause. Then mechanical stress is also there due to excessive straining or excessive mounting during breeding season. Age adult breeding bulls are more vulnerable. And now the clinical presentation of the case. A 6-month old buck was presented to the veterinary clinical complex at SKUAST, Kashmir. So upon clinical examination, the history was only slight to medium scrotal enlargement. Upon thorough clinical examination, RBPT was negative. Further investigation was done through ultrasonography and palpation. Palpation revealed soft tissue mass in the scrotum. The hernia ring was non-reducible. Then ultrasonography revealed intestinal loops. This is actually the normal one, the right one. This is the testicle, homogeneous hyperechoic structure. These are the intestinal loops. This is the small testicle, hyperechoic structure. This one is the affected, and this is the normal. Then elective surgical correction was advised to the owner. So going to pre-op preparation, of course, the baseline, fasting for 12 hours, then epidural anesthesia using LOX 2%, that's lignocaine hydrochloride, and in dorsal recumbency, the site was prepared. Now, surgical approach, linear incision, then with sharp and blunt, this incision, hernial contents were exposed. They were then carefully reduced back into the abdominal cavity. Then the actual herniorrhaphy was performed, and the hernial ring was completely closed. But to prevent reoccurrence, a unilateral orchectomy or castration was also performed using PGA 20. Then subcut was closed, followed by skin in vertical mattress with the help of silk. Then herniorrhaphy and unilateral orchectomy has highest success rate, and of course comprehensive post-op protocol for 5 days, including analgesia, antibiotic, and antiseptic dressing of the incision site. Now, we have to minimize traumatic injuries. This will include proper housing and handling techniques.
Then monitoring breeding activities to prevent excessive breeding stress or mounting. And reduce fluctuations in the body weight that will help to decrease abdominal pressure. Now, in case of wildlife, since the surgical intervention and post-op care, if performed by vet, has greater than 95% of the success rate, so can be successfully applied in wildlife. And most importantly, unilateral orchectomy does not generally impact the breeding activity or the cycle, so there is no threat to the species, so we can also apply that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what we'll do now is, the presenters who've done, may come here and then the questions will be open to questions so far. I hope you registered some questions for them. So I request, Hina Mani, Neeta Joshi, Shalom Aseria, Hamza Nadi and Alisa Devi to come here. And then one by one you can open up. In the meantime, they're all serving you tea, so disturb as much as possible. So, but then during the session, I expect, you need to respect these people also, everybody's come prepared. With the timing, we understand it's a challenge this time. So we love to talk, but then here we need to be crisp. So limit to your findings and all, that'll be really strong. Now come up very well on your presentation. So we are opening up for questions. So we have all the speakers here and, what, any questions now? Yeah, please.
Well, first of all, thank you to you for your talk. I would have a question to this one. What's that? Yes, and it's you presented one case of this myopathia. How many individual was so? Did you capture?
So we didn't capture, we didn't capture
Ah,
in the southern area of the Kashmir. Some locals had found it roaming around the locality, and they informed the Wildlife Protection Department, and then they captured it, brought for clinical care in the hospital. But the way they captured was very unprofessional. The animal was in stress, and when it reached our health center, it all succumbed due to stress and.
you know, so other capture of the same species without this kind of problem.
So I didn't get the
Do you know instance of captures of the same species?
few cases before this of the capture myopathy.
You know the proportions.
Well, I've read in our state, this is the third case that will be published. Before me, there has been two cases, I think, of the same. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Katrina, I have a question to you. There are a number of diseases where the similar findings we found, that is
Yes, sir.
congestion, central vein.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
What's the different finding in your this? How can you differentiate this capture myopathy from other diseases? Can we use this as a pathognomic marker for diagnosis of this capture myopathy?
Sir, I would. There are two things to this question. The first is how would we differentiate that this is not a previous disease condition and it is capture myopathy? How do we differentiate it? This is your question. So the changes we found in the histopathology and the clinical signs, the way the animal was presented to us.
You need the clinical signs.
Yes,
Suppose
sir.
a sample is presented to you and you have to say on the basis of histopathology whether this is capture myopathy or not. Can you on the basis of histopathology can you say that this is capture myopathy?
So we really need to know the history first of the cases, because if we are just presented with the tissue and formalin, then we cannot do that.
Not
But
possible.
it is possible, but there are n number of diseases. Like in this case, why we are saying that it is a typical case of myopathy, because there was grossly we saw all the changes in the tissue, and those changes reflected intracellularly as well.
What the time period for this mortality in case of this capture myopathy?
In case of peracute, it is within few hours. They capture before they, get it to the clinic. The animal dies. Then there is acute, the animal came to us after 6-7 hours, and it died within 12 hours. So then, if there is a chronic case, the animal is released back, but most probably there are chances the animal dies in the wild.
Can you use this
So
mono?
one question, everybody, too many
Yes.
questions, it becomes difficult. So let's restrict to one question if you are asking on, and later during, offline, you can definitely discuss with the speakers with anything which you would like to really discuss on. So we'll limit to everybody gets the option to really speak on. Following on that, Absalom. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
For next, anybody else? For other speakers? So, yeah, please.
Again, to talk
Give mic le do.
Yes.
The animal is captured by the wildlife department, right?
Yes.
So, and in the last slide of your presentation, you talked about the importance of having a standardized protocol.
Yes.
So, is it that the department has no protocol, but
No, it's not like that. See what happens. Actually, in the field, what happens is, for example, me, anybody, we just in our daily routine and we suddenly see an animal. So, what is the first reaction of a human? We try to scare the animal away. Then the animal, while flight जब उनमें होता है, they run away in any direction. Meanwhile, people gather. Then they call the wildlife people. जब तक wildlife people come, the damage is done. The animal is already in stress. But when we capture the animal for some procedure, we go for proper chemical immobilization, and that is something different. This is like a field case. This is not like we go in the Achigams and scare the animals to death. That time we have a protocol that we follow. It's just we can say habitat loss causes these types of cases.
Was not captured, it was rescued.
It was rescued, basically rescued from people by the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? For others also, like it's all open, you can post a question to any of the speakers.
Hamza, could you just illustrate about the body company score?
Uh, Hello. So, sir, we used a six-score body condition. This thing. Uh, we evaluated six body parts of the animal, the ribs, the
This is non-invasive. Without touching this, you can do it.
yeah, without touching. We are only doing it. It is our observation. We click photos, good quality photos from a distance of the lateral view of the animal, and then we evaluate it after coming from the field. We don't have to do it exactly on the field also.
Still, we are defining level.
So we observe the animal from a distance, say 50 or 30 meters. We click photos of the animal. On all the animals should be in the same, like if we are clicking a picture of an animal from a distance, it should be in the lateral view. We click the photos. We have a chart prepared of all the parameters that we have to score. So we use a two score method, 0, 1 and 2. If we saw the score, it would be 2, then the animal was in poor body condition. If it was 0, then it was good body condition, and 1 was fair body condition. So we made a scorecard and then we evaluated it.
What are the 6 things?
So the ribs, the hindquarters, the body coat, and then the pelvic shell.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aslam.
जी
For ungulate species, what are kind of enrichment or device apart from protecting the food? What are the other kind of enrichment for ungulate?
Uh, for ungulates, mainly one is social enrichment, where they're kept in groups. That is one. Another is physical enrichment. Different substrate are provided in the zoos. Logs, different like stairs, and
An arboreal species or a carnivore is logs and like say fungus. What
Yeah.
are the kind of?
So in that enclosure designing is a important thing. Whenever enclosure designing is done, a lot of things, the parameter, like how the boundary wall is created. For example, a mountain, for a species that is residing in mountains, the background should be like it should look, there should be a proper physical mountain present there with big boulders and rocks.
Okay. Anyone else? So everybody clap, no?
Okay.
We have one from Dr. Kapilistan who would be asking questions. Please give him a mic there and just say for a while. One last question, then we'll close the question.
Under the non-invasive health monitoring, you measure the glucocorticoids from feces.
Feces. We can measure it from a lot of things. We can use hairs, we can use sweat, we can use saliva. But we use feces because it was easier for us to study, collect and study.
Marker is there for you.
Cut-off marker.
Glucocorticoid benchmark.
So we have to study the baseline levels of each animal. So it changes stress. It depends upon 36 factors. So we can't say that there is one single baseline that one we cannot say that 6 is the baseline and then if we go above 6 then it is in stress. So we have to study in every season and all it will be different in all the seasons.
Okay, that has to be standardized.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So we close the question answer now. And now later. Okay, आपका तो हो गया अभी. We'll do it later. So we'll start with again. We're somehow managing the time because we need not be exceeding the whole thing until the evening. So we would like to stick on to it. So we are now opening up again for the sessions and Amario is going to be introducing the next speaker.
Let's move to the next presentation by Hangul, characterized of Kashmir, Kashmir and Twenty. Gas implications from switch of nuclear gas.
इनका presentation post करो.
Not this one. No, this one.
करके आने थे पीछे नीचे आगे टाइम पे भाई. कहाँ जाओ ठीक है मतलब 20 मिनट तो ड्यूरेशन पर बात की. कौन सा वाला आपका?
Shanmugha Sundaram.
हाँ कौन सा इसका?
है सर लास्ट
ये इसके नीचे फिर गलत. शगुन तमिल उसके next.
Shanmugha.
Close this.
That next one, sir.
Next. Okay. Hey, Janab, Ikram, be there and see that it is done well.
Good afternoon all. This is my name is Dr. Shanmugha Sundaram, Assistant Professor, Madras Veterinary College, Department of Wildlife Science, Tanvas. So my topic, this one is Nilgiri, state animal of Tamil Nadu, and there is a project undergoing regarding the project Nilgiri funded by Tamil Nadu. So to preserve and conserve this animal. So this is associated with the project, the parasites of carnivores of southern Western Ghats, implications on conservation of Nilgiri. So Western Ghats starts from Gujarat to southern Tamil Nadu, and it's a beautiful place, and it is having a lot of grasslands and sholas, and in that habitat, lot number of carnivores like tiger, dhole, and fox and jackals are there, and it shares with other ungulates and especially an endemic and endangered species Nilgiri. So there is a symbiotic cycle between the carnivore species and these ungulates regarding the parasites especially. So this is the different habitats, and these are all the animals present in the Western Ghats. So my main objective is gastrointestinal parasite profiles of free-ranging carnivores in the selected regions of Western Ghats. So here and so here we took fecal samples of carnivores, different parts of Western Ghats, especially from northern Himalayan range, northern Western Ghats, and to the southern Western Ghats, and the period almost 1 year we took the samples. So it's a part of the thing we took mainly for bacteriological work, biological work, and this is a parasitological work we did. So based on the morphology, we differentiate which is a tiger species or leopard species or like that. So almost 55 numbers of samples were collected from the carnivores especially, and which was processed, and the results were, and there are 3 types of endoparasites. One is tapeworm, roundworm, and flukes. So this one, especially when the roundworm or the first four ones, Toxocara canis and Toxocara leonie, trichuris and strongheads, and the last one is tapeworm. So almost 50% of the samples are positive for these parasites. So these are all Toxocara, the eggs of Toxocara canis, trichuris, and Toxocaris leoninae, strongheads. This one is Taenia species. So these nematode helminths are encountered, which needs to be studied. Whereas the important part is the tapeworm. So the tapeworm we encountered is the Taenia species. There are a lot of Taenia species: Taenia hydrogenae, Taenia multiceps, ovis, and echinococcus. And here the problem is this Taenia species have two hosts. One is carnivore species, that is the definite host, and the second one is intermediate species, which is where the problem arises, where it produces a cyst-like form. So this Taenia multiceps. So previously in 2021 and 22, WWF spotted a lot of lumps all over the Western Ghats in the Nilgiri Thar. So they doesn't know whether it's a solid moss or soft moss, anything else. So we went, and since it is this terrain, we cannot able to go near to the animal. So we just spotted and just we recorded these things. So after 2 to 3 years after the COVID, we tranquilize one of the animals, because in one place in the Western Ghats where these animals are can able to approach. So we tranquilize one animal, and that entire process took around 20 minutes, and then it was released. So during the tranquilization, we cut open the cyst and we found a soft mass. So which is a metacyst. That cyst, it is a part of the life cycle of that parasite, which will goes into the ungulates, where it doesn't do anything. Okay, sorry. Okay. So these are the eggs of the larval stage of this tapeworm. So again, this is a cycle where it doesn't do anything for the carnivores, but it will causes the cyst. So it was compared with this. We do have a sheep breeding station at the Sandinella, where these hydradinidae have the cysts in the sheep. So these are the examples of this sheep. Ovids, it causes the cyst in the heart, and it causes in the liver, and these are some cysts will cause in the human also. There is a zoonotic importance also. So by conclusion, what I meant is, so while studying this ungulates, we have to monitor this carnivores also, so as we know what is going on there. So specific identification of teenage eggs, it's an undergoing process, and there is an integrated health monitoring should be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You give a nice presentation.
So next talk by Khurshid from reference to residence and integrative and genome and mitochondrial assembly for functional pathways and conservation priorities.
Okay, so we'll take it. Yeah,
Okay.
Go for the next one.
Okay, we can move to the next one.
So it's out of it.
Wildlife welfare and kinetics. Veterinary intervention in illegal trade. Feia Mirza.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. ऑनलाइन देख रहा जो है वो उनको करेंगे Escape, sir. तो अभी बोलो बात नहीं. When you open up for everybody is waiting on. We've got 6 people who have not presented. They all should be joining online then. Yeah. चलो, ठीक है. Time.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Urfia Mirza from School of Veterinary Medicine, St. George's University. The title of my presentation is Wildlife Welfare in Crisis, a crisis of illegal trade that has escalating effects on the animal welfare. So I'll straight away start from the introduction. So wildlife smuggling and annual illegal trade is accounted for around 20 billion. That is 20 billion US dollars. That's around fourth largest after arms, drugs, and humans. India being the major hub with hotspots in UP, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. Around 80% of mortality is documented pre-market before the animals reach the market. So behind that is the silent suffering of individual animals that's often overlooked. There remains a key question beyond Caesars. How do we address the ongoing welfare? Smuggling is not just a biodiversity issue. It is an animal welfare crisis where the 5 domains of animal welfare like nutrition, environment, health, behavior, and the mental state. It links to the broader impacts as well like zoonoses. Wildlife lens exposes suffering hidden in the trade statistics, which will be discussed in the next slides. So I want to particularly discuss a case study that happened actually last month in Mumbai airport. That's 8th August last month. So why I am discussing this case? Because I was in an internship in a clinic, exotic clinic in Mumbai, and these animals were referred there for rehabilitation. So the Mumbai Customs and the Times of India have published these reports on their official websites. So the incident happened that person was arrested with 54 exotic animals on Mumbai airport, and they were smuggled in cramped luggage compartments. This shows how the animals were smuggled. You can see the turtles were packed in small plastic boxes, and the animals were packed in crates. And they were also concealed in trolley bags. And the immediate welfare issues were compromised, which highlights the inhumane element in the welfare crisis. So my role in the internship was that I provided the first veterinary support, triage for dehydration, personalized nutrition, and stress management. I stabilized the animals for deportation to Bangkok within a week. So first animal I want to discuss about was a cuscus. A cuscus is a marsupial which is found in Australia and can be occasionally found in other small islands as well, and in Bangkok as well. It's found in Thailand and it's used as a diet as well. It reached us in a very dilapidated condition. You can see here, this was the first time when we saw him, we checked the physical parameters, was in a lot of stress. We did the physical exams, ultrasound, x-rays. It was all fine. We did the parenteral therapy of all stress medications. It seemed fine. It recovered from everything, but it was not eating. So the parenteral nutrition therapy for many time, for like 2 or 3 days, but it was still not eating. So accidentally we put a log of food near it and it started playing with and climbing. So we decided to put a branch in its cage and it started really to eat. So this episode shows how immediate habitat replication is important for the rescued animals. Another case is of the pygmy marmoset. These are the world's smallest monkeys. So he had actually smuggled 3 animals. One had died en route, and there were 2 animals which reached us. So these monkeys were suffering from hypothermia and hypoglycemia. We fed them, provided them warm therapy, and provided them with the animal baby formula.
You've got 1 minute.
Sure. Okay. So the broader trends in India are like maximum of there are 18 airports involved in the findings and all these things, and around 70,000 animals have been smuggled from 2011 to 2020 from WWF data. So there are different welfare realities, but end of confiscation is not the end of suffering. So there is also one welfare perspective involved. So human welfare risks are involved with the salmonella herpes virus can be taken as a, there are enforcement gaps, policy gaps, so veterinarian dilemma can be limited space as I found myself because species specific facilities are not available, limited or enriched diets are not available, and veterinarians don't know either to rehabilitate, release, euthanize, they don't know what to do. There are different preventative approaches, but veterinarians can act as policy advisors and advocates and educators as well. There are different discussion topics we can talk about. If you can email me personally, I can send you those discussion topics. We can discuss on those things further. And in conclusion, every animal rescued from the smuggling is a story of survival, but also a reminder of how much remains unseen. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, for this beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for inspiring presentation. Next, the management of tornado infection domestic ungulates in Jammu and Kashmir by Danish Qureshi.
The one marked as stromal abscess.
Present is normal abscess. I'm going to do it for everyone.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Dinesh Qureshi, and I am presently working as a veterinary surgeon in Department of Veterinary Surgery and Radiology at SKUAST, Kashmir. So basically, my topic will be dealing on the corneal affection in ungulates in Jammu and Kashmir itself. So here I'll be dealing mostly with IKC, that is infectious keratoconjunctivitis. So coming to this disease, which I'll be focusing more here today, it is nothing but the corneal affection which occurs in relation to that of the systemic disorders. So we'll be focusing more on eye and the cornea here. So the causative agent, it's Moraxella, it can be chlamydia, it can be the small bacteria, and spread is mainly through the face flies or the feeder sables, the secretions that can come in contact. So in wildlife, we have seen one major little fly, that is Lepoptina cervi, which basically feeds on the secretions of the eyes, and that is basically the one dealing with all the cause of this disease. So coming to the signs are nothing but blepharospasms, that is there will be twitching of eyelids. Next, conjunctivitis, there will be swelling, lacrimation, and the central corneal ulceration. If this all is not treated in time, it can lead to the end of the disease, that is the perforation, cloudiness, and next the animal will be blind. So we can see discharge is there, ulceration is there, white eye is there, blue eye is there. What are the risk factors? Risk factors is the climate, risk factors is the mitigation of the pest control, as well as the age. It can occur at any age, but juveniles, they are most potent to this. So summers will be most potent for the flies, moist weather followed by rains, they'll be most potent in that area. So what is the pattern of ulceration? Basically, as you can see, the stage 1, it is just like a pinpoint, making a dot with a pencil. The stage 2, if we don't treat it, it can go to stage 2, which is, we'll see a bluish cornea, okay? Then stage 3, if stage 2 isn't treated in time, then stage 3 will be there, where we will see that it is similar to that of the window pane we have at homes, okay? If we don't clear that window pane in time, what happens is that the sunlight is not able to enter. So stage 3 will be like that. And stage 4, it will be like either cleaning the cornea or breaking the cornea. That means breaking the glass. It is similar to that. Now, what I dealt with my work is that I had 6 ungulates, 3 bovines, and 3 wines at my hospital premises, which were examined first grossly, and that you have seen the gross pictures. Ultrasonography basically showed the corneal thickness. And one basic feature is that we have fluorescein dye technique. You can see that the first picture on the left side here is the ulceration of the cornea. The upper side is the ulceration of the cornea. So how we diagnose it? There's one small dye known as fluorescein dye that can give you a well diagnostic feature of the corneal ulcers. So it is a picture of the bovine suffering from the keratoconjunctivitis. You can see the cornea is whitish yellow in nature. So we need to clear it off. We need to treat it to gain the vision. Similarly, in the second case, we have the cloudiness of the cornea. Coming to the ovines, we see that there is bluishness of the cornea followed by a red halo sign. Similarly, in the second case, we can see there is a red halo sign followed by that of the corneal melting or the cloudiness of the cornea. So, how to deal with this disease? First is the diagnosis. It can be history, it can be the clinical signs, and one important feature is the cytology. We simply take a glass slide and we take the impression smear. All we can see in this slide is that there are a lot of neutrophils left. Treatment will be based on the parenteral antibiotics. Second is the formulation of the eye drops. One good feature which I found in my study is that along with the first picture you can see I'm injecting a small drug in the bulbar conjunctiva. Bulbar conjunctiva is just if you pull your eyelid up, you'll see the area you have to inject it there. But one good thing, the second picture is the third eyelid flap. Have you seen the third eyelid flap in various animals? You just have to pull the third eyelid and then you have to suture it. Why the third eyelid? Because it is a brilliant source of vasculature for the cornea. Cornea does not have the blood supply, no nutrition of its own. So when you cover it with the conjunctiva, all the blood vessels, they work as a team together and they provide the nutrition for the healing of the cornea. So that thing and followed by tarsography helped my study a lot. Results, you can see the first picture, healing at the 15th day, at 30 day, it was telephonically said. Second cattle, sheep, lamb, it is still in the progression stage. And why I have chose this topic is that I could find literature in wildlife, having various ungulates, markhor, bharal, and various other ungulates that were suffering from this disease. And I believe that we as veterinarians are there for wildlife department to help you at each step. Conclusion will be there will be perforation and loss of the sight, and the animal will be of no use. Thank you.
Presentation will be clinical mobilization and successful rescue of a new guy organized by Kashmir.
And being presented by Dr. Raj. Rahul, Rahul, what's your name? Rahul is presenting, but then over that social level.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Rahul. I am Wildlife Veterinary Officer at Wildlife SOS. So today I am present here for the giving presentation integrating a rescue intervention and the clinical management of nilgai. So you know very well nilgai is the largest Asian antelope in India subcontinent. If we are talking about statewide, so Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar also top of most. So and in habitat, grassland, scrub forest, and agriculture field, being herbivorous, they often cause crop depredation. So having a human wildlife conflict. So main reason of conflict, habitat loss, fragmentation, crop availability. So in especially in UP, if in UP, and I am belong from Agra and Mathura, so there was a severe conflict of nilgai. So today, that's why I choose my topic in nilgai. So some cases I have done like a surgery and translocation. So I have done so. I have conducted 3-4 cases. So, case number 1, surgical management and functional adaptation with old open fracture. So, this case was we got a call from army camp. So then we reached there, and we found that there was a adult male rescue Nilgai. So there was a uh, uh, open fracture for tarsals and metatarsus region. So it was a maggots wound and open fracture on tarsals, and old please play this video. So old compound fracture. So this was a necrosed and maggots completely very necrosed bone, and so we have. Yeah, so then you can see this is the complete multiple fracture, and necrosed maggots also present. So we have decided to amputation is the best for him. So amputated of affected limbs and giving general anesthesia and perform the surgery, remove fractured limbs, and best chance for survival. So post-operative care and conclusion, wound care with regular dressing, antibiotic, obviously giving antibiotic course, giving anti-inflammatory, and we have observed he adopted bed wearing on 3 limbs, and satisfactory healing for surgical sites. So, conclusion one, Neil Guy adopted 3 limbs, locomotion, good mobility, feeding, and water intake is well. So, we have decided to release in natural habitat. So, actually, we have the extension sign. So, so then we have release in natural habitat. And second case was the dog bite case. This is the crop deprivation. So this calf come inside the agriculture field. So dog attack her on and bited. So farmers calls us, and we immediately wildlife SOS Tangent Home Facility. Another my also presentation. So we went there and uh, accepted in our facility, and so this was a suckling nail guy. So we have performed immediately. We have performed because she was not able to get up by herself, and not a wearing bait. So we have decided to, if it maybe might be fracture. So after that the performed fracture, we have so there was a no fracture and only muscle damage. So less distributed and swelling. So we have given to antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, and analgesics, and obviously giving to vaccination and internet vaccine. And so and perform the orthopedic sterilization external splint applied on left hind. Next, my presentation also. So inbuilt in this. So recovery and conclusion, gradually improve and posture mobility, prognosis, weight wearing observe, spleen support, improve stability, and effective wound healing. So we rehabilitate in our center for more 3 months, and after that, she's gradually taking the grass and vegetables. So we have released in our extension facility. So this was also case entangled wire in army camp. So army persons called us and went to there, and we saw. So immediately we gave observed him. So it was very facing uncomfortable. So given to general anesthesia, and I removed the entangled wire, and observed there was no lacerated and severe wound. So then release in back bile. So, and second case reported in Indian oil refinery. So I mentioned this case because there was very challenging this case in the refinery, very sensitive area. There was no allowed phone, camera, and drone. So we have facing very challenges for track him. So in the whole day was going rescue operation, and after in evening time we observed with the help of pug mark and only there allow walkie talkie, and then army person help us for so we had finally we had captured in night and given general anesthesia and load in our vehicle and trying to locate in natural habitat. So veterinary intervention and collaboration, important of rapid response, safe immobilization protocol, inter-agency teamwork, army, refinery, UP Forest Department, and wildlife SOS. So discussion, timely intervention prevented severe complication, splinter provide essential orthopedic support, human wildlife conflict need coordination and response, and case study demonstrate successful veterinary and field teamwork. Thank you very much for your patience.
So, the cost was like, yeah, sure, yes. This could combine both of them together. So this was virtual and so together they done. So that's okay. That's your permission. It's okay. So it's a most effective permission. So all the I would request all the presenters to come because we've done with our presentations. Let's open for discussions now. So question answers. Let's open for questions now, please. Yes, please. Sir, thank you. Sir.
Each folk first.
Okay, sir.
So it is Dr. Vidisha Qureshi explain.
Yes, sir.
This you said the first fly or something like this. So regarding the life cycle of first fly, it is already been known or is done?
Yes, sir. It has been already been studied that the phase flies.
Summer it is more.
Yeah, during summer and after the rains, it's more prominent in the area. Usually it is there, always there, but more prominence is after the rains.
What is the solution? How to avoid this?
Sir, see, in ungulates, those are very domestic. We do manage it with the help of certain actoparasitic drugs. Like one good drug, we have ivermectin. We give a single shot and then it manages. But in wildlife, it has to be a sustained release. Like we have to make some good use of the implants in veterinary professional. Like ivermectin implants, they can be put subcut within the skin of the animal, and that it can go for the dosing. Slow release of the drug can be there. That can help a lot. Because in wildlife, it is very difficult to control such things. Mitigation of such things is very difficult. In domestic animals, it's very easy.
Was there any conclusions that you have successfully?
Yes.
What's the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So actually, my hold is on the ophthalmology itself. I have done my doctorate in that. So yes, a little bit of hold I have obtained in that. Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah.
Sir, please.
Sir, please. Mike,
Yes, sir.
Very, very in-depth study.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Part of the questions are being answered by him.
Yes, sir.
Firstly, which are the most likely wild ungulates which would get infected?
Yes, sir.
Secondly, how can that be prevented?
Yes, sir.
Is it due to demographic causes? Cattle,
Yes, sir.
livestock.
Yes, sir.
Livestock. And thirdly, how can it be prevented?
Yes, sir. So I'll give you a small example. We had went to Gurez, and there we had a Gurezi breed of the sheep that is very endemic to that area. Basically, Gurezi breed of the sheep that is very endemic to the area in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, yes, sir. That is basically an endangered Himalayan goat, or sorry, Himalayan sheep that is very endangered in our state, Jammu and Kashmir. So we had to go there for some other kind of a survey, and what I noted there was that among 10 Gurezi sheep, two were suffering from the corneal affections. The affections were similar to this; they were very mild in nature, but there was a presence of corneal affections. Mostly, what we hold there in our results was that the locals said that they have a habit of moving in a bushy area that are filled with spines. So thorny lacerations, they are one good reason in wildlife, we can say. Grass awns or foxtail, you can say, they can cause corneal lacerations. Blunt trauma, fighting with each other, that is one good reason they can go for the corneal affections. So coming to the mitigation in wildlife, it is difficult. But coming to the mite control, sorry, coming to the fly control and other ectoparasitic diseases, as I told, that sustained release of drugs they can help you a lot. Timely dosing that can help you a lot. But in wildlife, that is a bit tricky in nature.
Yes,
So, are gray goats fitter, most likely to get infected because of that habitat and that proximity?
Sir, I have no idea about that, to be very honest.
Thank you.
Yeah,
My pleasure, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just tried the Watson and asked you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any way we can early detection is the way?
Ma'am, basically this, yes, ma'am, basically this disease IKC, infectious keratoconjunctivitis, this is nothing but a pink eye. So basically blood sample serological survey that can help you a lot, that can give you an idea. We have, yeah, yeah, it has to be symptom and drone surveys and camera traps they can help. For example, the animal it becomes little lazy in the beginning of the disease, so appetite will be decreased, it will be sluggish in nature. So that can help you to, if there are 10 animals, one that is sluggish, you can trap it, you can do the blood serological surveys, and PCR can help you a lot in detecting this disease at the very beginning. That can help.
So Dr. Kafil said, would you like to comment on this?
There is a differential diagnosis that will help in it. You have to see that it is traumatic or viral infections. Bacterial.
Traumatic, sir, for example, if it will be traumatic in nature, mostly the cornea will be kind of ruptured. It will intervene in the anterior chamber of the eye. So Seedal test is one good test where we inject the fluorescein dye inside the anterior chamber, and that will help us to see if it's traumatic. Infections, it has to be seen through the picture of the cytology. The swabs, they can help you a lot. And that traumatic one, it's acute in nature. It is very dramatic and the picture is very clear. So when it is systemic in nature, the blood, the picture is very slow. It will start as a central ulcer, then it will progress bluish, then it will go whitish, then it will go as a perforation. So that is slow. Acute trauma will be very acute. It will be like hitting your eye with a sharp pencil, and then you get an immediate pain, and it will be red in nature, bloodshot in nature.
Seasonal
Yes, sir, you're talking about seasonal allergy?
Yeah, the pattern.
I don't think the seasonal pattern of this disease is there, but yes, it can be more based on the carrier. For example, I have asked about Lepoptina cervi. It can be, yeah, seasonal, it can be because of that. It can be because of the fly.
Thank you.
Because of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
My
thank you.
pleasure.
Any other questions, please? Yeah, please. Just introduce yourself.
I'm Raj Kachchap, representing the CIC and Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences.
Is a question to me?
It's for Dr. Rahul Prasad.
Yes.
So, fantastic presentation, very in-depth, thank you very much. You work mostly in northern India, I think, right?
Yes.
There's a severe nilgai conflict there. In many of these cases that you've shown, even after the treatment, the animal's condition is quite, let's say, challenging for survival. Has there been any, let's say, discourse or a study of the probability of sustained survival? Sustained survival.
Yeah, so all case, mostly case are sustained for survival because no, after treatment we have release in wild, then observe also. So we have track 3 4 months and 5 months, and after one case is still surviving. So and having a past of almost 1.5 years. So one Nil guy we have amputated. Same case was that amputated left hind leg. So still he is surviving.
In many other cases, there is a severe problem.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes.
It's clear that your efforts have been.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other question? So we'll have just 2 3 comments coming through. I would say Dr. Adil is here, so we're waiting. So over the session, if you'd like to say something on that, anything from your side? Okay, so here's upcoming as a manager, because this was a very important session which we had. So any comments which you'd like to put up, with what kind of presentations and something from your side with the experience, if you'll be able to say something.
I think broadly, the discussion and deliberations were relevant to wildlife, although they were from, some of them were from livestock and cattle, but they were relevant to wildlife and management of wildlife disease and health monitoring. We have had some cases recently, particularly in my area of Markhor, which was rescued. And the capture myopathy, which is always there in such cases, was felt. And then we treated that animal and we were able to safely release it back wild. So such things are possible. A little bit of training into the wild is necessary for the veterinarians, and that will help a lot. Overall, a very fantastic session. Enjoyed, and there was quite a bit of learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Thakur, would you like to just comment on the session, the topics and all? Mike, with those? Hey, Kram. Mike. Amit.
This one good.
My suggestion is that whenever the speaker come to for their paper, they must focus on the preventive aspect in free range animals, how we can prevent. So that we can make the policies by that way. So main our focus in free range animals is a preventive side of this medicine. So what are the bad and how we can prevent it? So the whole focus should be on preventive side, especially in case of free range.
Thank you so much. So we are very honored to have Aziz Spectre training a session, this one. So we request his words also about this whole issue of wildlife health and incidental areas. That will be really nice to have.
I will take your time.
No, sir.
No,
You're lucky here.
Veterinary care is extremely important. But veterinary care, certain forms, if I may say, the treatment of domestic animals, livestock and things, and then kind of an extrapolation of how it would be. And to some extent, zoo and rescue, which is also very important, undoubtedly. But what is most important, as what was mentioned by my colleague, is how can it be prevented in the wild population? Can there be something? Can there something be highlighted that juxtaposition of livestock overgrazing, of grazing, human interface, demographic impact? How does that have an implication in a thing? So that communicable diseases, one, and this applies to all research, if I may say so. Research is very important, but it is divided into two categories: pure research and applied research. And it's applied research which we are really looking for. How does it help conservation? So in your research papers, whether it's veterinary care or whether anything about the ecology of an animal, there should be a kind of a, a correlationship with better management, because that's what we are interested in. Better management in situ situations. Ex situ is easy. Thank you.
So these are very clearly relevant and important for us to be addressing. And I would say now wildlife health has crossed borders with not just veterinarians being responsible, you have the biologists, the managers, everybody getting in. And that was the purpose of this theme of One Health. Thank you for that. I would request Dr. Mario Miletti now as a co-chair for his comments on the session and his views about the whole issue of wildlife health, disease, genetics, and forensic, which is integrating policies for One Health. So over to you, Dr.
So, just a few comments about the representation that we just heard this morning. And so I have to say that I have to give a nice score to the first presentation to you. Parag was very inspiring, very nice, but also the presentation of David about the Mazama deer of South America and the new taxonomic status of this very complex group of deers. So then I also liked quite a lot the presentation of Alisa, if I remember right. Alisa did a very nice presentation, and also Orfeia about the wildlife illegal trade. So, but anyway, that was quite a nice morning. It was quite a nice, I have to say, presentation. Okay, thank you so much to all the attenders.
Thank you so much. So, as a co-chair, I would also like to be commenting on, and then we finally go to the chair. So overall, the presentations were really nice. I like the way it came in, starting with very primitive ones, which we would have would be very basic. But every presentation, I was very forced to really, they were attracting us also to go through the presentations, really appreciate the hard work. We're really sorry for the technical glitches, which is beyond our control. Sorry to be loud on that, but then sometimes, I get on a little aggressive is because then the thoughts go off. You are in a frame, people disturbing, so that really we have to respect that. But otherwise, I would say these presentations, variety of them, it is in different aspects from clinical case studies to a broader picture, and everything very interesting. So compliment each and every one of you for really putting in that work. This was definitely a challenge, everyone. Shrinking your talks to 5 minutes. And then with the first bell, I would say, oh my God, Abhito, we're starting on. So that was an ending till this last. But everybody really managed, and we are really happy to say that we started whatever time, we have finished on time. So that has been really good. We could complete everything. So compliments to each and every one of you for this effort of putting beautiful presentations. They are really. Lastly, I would also request, I put up to the organizing secretary also that we should be opening up, you should be, put up your papers. So let's come up as a good proceedings wherein it can be a book or a document, which I would say Junaid Saab is here. It was his idea that can be really, yesterday also very good. Some of the papers were really nicely presented. So it will be very nice if we can come up with selected ones. You have to really be proactive within a time frame. So the organizing secretary is going to be sending details. And it will be really nice to have your presentations compiled separately, case studies and general and those scientific articles come separately. So looking forward to your support. Thank you so much. Now also request our chair, a very dynamic personality with us is Dr. Susana Gonzalez. So we have heard her yesterday, but we'd like to have your final comments on the session, please.
It was an honor for me to chair this session with Dr. Mario and Dr. Parag. I had to highlight the plenary that was excellent from Dr. Parag that showed us the importance of welfare and to save our species and to be involved on avoid the health issues that will be very difficult to prevent on time and it's really very important to have into account. Also, I have to highlight that I like very much Dr. David Galindo presentation. I am proud because I am part of the group of his working, and it's a very nice example of what happens when there is a reorganization or rearrangement chromosomes, and the importance of taxonomy looks inside not only morphology, because morphology can confuse, and try to find the best methodology to discriminate species. Also, I want to highlight that the same that Dr. Parag said, that all the presenters were very tied to the time, all have a very nice organized presentation, and there is a very diverse group of presentation, and the audience was also excellent, the questions and the interest for this new issue that is health, disease, genetic, and forensics. I would like to have more time to have a deep vision in the expertise that I have, that is genetics. That were two presentations that were very nice and very important to apply this tool to conservation. And I think it's time for lunch, and we have to say thank you to all of this, and have a great meeting after lunch.
On behalf of the organizing committee, it's our privilege to felicitate Dr. Mario Miletti with a token of love by Dr. Parag Nigam sir. Please. So, thoda.
You also come. So you present it to Mario. We do share. The picture comes in. So the chain is in that. Thank you. Yes, coming in. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank the chairperson of this session, Dr. Susana Gonzalez, co-chairpersons, Dr. Parag Nigam, Dr. Mario Miletti, and rapporteur Dr. Shaukat Nabi of the Day 2 theme second, titled as Wildlife Health, Disease, Genetics and Forensics. We had an insightful and enriching session so far, with thought-provoking discussions and valuable takeaways. To recharge and prepare for the sessions ahead, it's now time for a lunch break. I invite you all to join for lunch. Yes.
So for the scene 3, which is going to be post-lunch, I request everybody to put up your presentations there on this. Beforehand, it's loaded in, so we don't waste time. We've got a long day again. So please put up there.
So you're requested to put up your presentations.
I just forgot, so nothing been there, and I'm really sorry that we did not hear you. So with the permission of chair, nothing was the report here. If you have any comments, but very nice of putting up those notes very well, and we would definitely be putting up certain recommendations, whichever those points which you have come up in the presentations. Let's see if something goes in our proceedings. Strong and wildlife health. So Dr. Nami is going to be putting up as a report here, and any of your comments would be definitely entertained. Thank you so much.
Enjoy your meal and see you soon. At 2 o'clock sharp. Welcome you back after the lunch break. I hope you had a refreshing break and ready for another stimulating session. Let us begin the post-lunch session under the theme Human-Wildlife Interface, Interactions, Community Engagements and Mitigation of this International Conference on Hangul and Other Threatened Ungulate Conservation with Renewed Energy. Human-wildlife interactions are as old as civilizations itself. Yet today, these relationships are increasingly shaped by the rapid development climate change, and expanding human footprints. This session seeks to understand the conflict and coexistence while highlighting the vital role of communities in ensuring conservation success. We are privileged to have distinguished experts to guide us with this session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Yashveer Bhatnagar, Head of IUCN and Co-Chair of IUCN Caprine Specialist Group. Co-chaired by Dr. Orus Ilyas, Professor, Aligarh Muslim University, India, and co-chaired by Mr. Rashid Nakash, Regional Wildlife Warden, Department of Wildlife Protection, Jammu and Kashmir. And the rapporteur of this session will be Mr. Intisar Suhail, Wildlife Warden, Department of Wildlife Protection, Jammu and Kashmir. So to begin this session, it's my honor to invite our first plenary talk, Dr. Yashveer Bhatnagar, a distinguished wildlife scientist with over 3 decades of pioneering work in high altitude conservation across the Trans-Himalayan region. Dr. Bhatnagar is globally recognized for his groundbreaking research on Himalayan ibex, snow leopard, and human-wildlife coexistence in cold deserts. So I, with a great pleasure, invite esteemed plenary speaker on the podium. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Afternoon sessions are always tough, yeah? So I hope all the talks can keep you awake. It is something which is, it is a matter of great pride and honor for me. And thanks to Dr. Khurshid and everybody else in the organizing committee for organizing such an amazing event here. Now, I'll just quickly first speak a little about the session itself. I just wanted to underscore very briefly and quickly the importance of coexistence in India in particular. This is an international conference, but in India, with 1.4 billion people and wildlife spread everywhere, just 5%, less than 5%, around 5% is protected. But if you really see, increasingly in the country, there is dialogue on urban biodiversity, on species, large mammal species, even conflict species, not just limiting to the periphery of protected areas, but in cities like Delhi, Mysore, and Bombay. Yeah, so it is something which is a very, intricate subject. It's perhaps a miracle which goes for some positive, about our country and the people who are, because of whom this large interface of people and wildlife actually is able to exist in this area. So I hope that the discussions that we have, that the presentations that we have, we'll just have about 8 or 10 presentations that will bring a lot of these perspectives on board. And the discussions can help in not finding a solution. I don't think that is possible, but to start understanding the issues better and moving towards it. Now, see, if you look at for me, I have been passionate about the Himalaya, and I have started this journey about 35 years ago, and was very lucky to not really have any need to go outside the Himalaya and Central Asia. Yeah, till 2 years ago. So it is a fascinating journey that I have had over these few years. The thing which really drew me to this was very storytelling, natural history. I used to read a lot of explorer books by explorers, the British explorers in particular, about the Himalaya, and was very fascinated. Next. But something which really struck me was when I read George Faller's books, yeah, and you heard him on the first day. And this is a quote which is, you'll hear on many occasions you will hear this. It's very poetic. It's very poignant about what his concerns were about this. But here I read, this is the first time, in fact, I read about Markhor, and I immediately looked up encyclopedias in those days because Google was not there, and I had to go to Britannica Encyclopedia or something to see what Markhor was. And then I read, of course, Mountain Monarchs, and then Stones of Silence. That is a book that nobody in the Himalaya should miss reading. It is an amazing book and strongly recommended. But that basically gave me direction into this. But what I just wanted to underscore was that exploration is a very, very important thing for several ecologists. Now, if you look at the Himalaya, the Himalaya we all understand well, but we need to also understand that Himalaya are kind of are about 2,000 odd kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. But if you really look at it, the mountains stretching east towards Japan and towards west into Alps and into North Africa, they almost form a continuous chain. And this is something very important that comes into this. This is about how species originate and distribute. Now, very quickly, all of you know about plate tectonics and the origin of the Himalaya. What I want to underscore here is mainly this point that the Himalaya, about 65 to 40 million years ago in the Miocene in particular, established as something which completely changed Eurasia. New habitats came in. It became very, very three-dimensional, from almost 0 meters in the Indo-Gangetic plain, which had actually not formed at that stage, to the Tibetan plateau. It had a gradient of almost 0 meters to over 6,000 meters and beyond. So this three-dimensional habitat, as you know, with the slope aspect, elevation, the climate and the microclimate gradients which form, make a very linear east-west, and in our case, south to north gradient also of aridity, temperature, precipitation, and so on. And in this, we get variety of forest habitats, which can include the rainforest of the northeast, the sal forests, the pine forest in the Himalaya, the rolling plains and plateaus and steppes of the Trans-Himalaya, and the sheer cliffs. So these are completely new habitats. Just think, look at yours. The Earth in this region about 40 million years ago, and these are brand new habitats which has formed. After this, we have had glaciations, several glaciations which have happened, especially in the Pleistocene. So that is when a lot of movement, not just movement, but speciation and movement of mountain ungulates has happened in this very vast landscape. Now, coming to the Western Himalaya is, if you look at the entire chain, see, this is the knot. This is just below the Pamir knot. This is the area where the Himalaya are the widest. We not only have the Himalaya, but the Karakoram, the Hindu Kush, the Pamirs. So this is a knot which is extremely wide. But not only that, around Nanda Devi, the Himalayas, greater Himalaya sort of splits into multiple ranges, parallel ranges. The Dhauladhar, the Pir Panjal, which starts in Himachal actually, Rohtang is in Pir Panjal, and then the Zanskar range, which goes all the way to the north of the Kashmir Valley and so on. So this is the spread of. And now, if you look at the realms that are recognized, there are 11, there are different schools here, but if you look at the 11 realms, and if you look at this area where Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir and the Pir Panjal, which I'll speak about more, is actually located. So this is a confluence of at least 3, the Ethiopian, the Indo-Malayan, the Palearctic regions. So it is something which has given rise to primitive animals like the goral and siro on the top, the chiru, the ibex and Himalayan thar, which basically have gone into utilizing the empty niches which came out in the cliffs and all, and yak, species like yak, for the open meadows with a lot of graminoids. So if you look at it, these are the primitive forms, solitary, occurring in forests, relying on crypsis to escape, to animals such as the Himalayan thar, which is sort of intermediate, occurs in mid elevations and occurs at an area where there is a certain amount of forest and open country also coming in here, unlike the relatives towards the east. And species like the Tibetan argali, which occurs in the very high altitude open plateaus, and of course the true capra, the ibex and the markhor, which again are animals of, so I won't go into too many details, but this again is something very nicely discussed in Schaler's book and Valerius Geist's book, and even Dr. Ranjit Singh speaks about this, the origin and radiation of these animals in the Himalaya, in the Indo-Malayan, and then their radiation westwards all the way to Alps, speciation there, and then recolonization of the east as newer habitats were forming. So this is a quick background I wanted to give in terms of the backward movement which has happened. And I come to the actual topic of my discussion today. So this is the Pir Panjal. What you see here at the bottom, that is the Pir Panjal range in Jammu and Kashmir. And that is what I want to focus on. And I want to stress on this fact that doesn't it look like an island? Yeah, it is it is something which is cut off in the southeast by the Banihal area with low altitudes, and in the north with the Jhelum. Yeah, so towards the southeast it continues into Himachal, towards the northwest it sort of continues across in Kajinag and other areas. But I just wanted to point out, and that is the basis of what I will be speaking about quickly. Snow leopards, 2 million square kilometers. But if you really look at the area of our concern, Pir Panjal, they don't seem to occur there. Yeah, there are no real records that we have been able to find out. WTI has been doing, and the department have been doing some camera trapping work and other surveys, and have not really found records of similarly ibex. There is habitat, there is good habitat that is present in these areas, but if you really see, they are not, they don't occur in these areas. So not only the IUCN maps, but several surveys which have been conducted in these areas don't find ibex and snow leopard in these areas. So if you look at Pir Panjal like this, they have the habitat that ibex and snow leopard prefer. And towards the southeast, ibex and snow leopard occur in places like Kishtwar. Good populations occur. Why not here? Yeah. If you come to Himalayan Thar, it has got a distribution from Sikkim all the way to here, but somewhere around the Chenab, the distribution stops abruptly. Yeah. Why? Yeah. So I am, and with habitat, forests with cliffs, steep forests with cliffs are existing across in the Pir Panjal. Why the Himalayan Thar has actually not gone into these areas where they should be occurring. And finally, with the markhor, here, if you see, there are various studies which are going on, but markhor occurs essentially, if you see, in Hirpura and Kajinag in India, and then there are populations in Pak-occupied Kashmir. But this very fragmented population in Pir Panjal, the only population is in Hirpura, at least known. There are some possibilities here and there, but we don't know. But there is information that this certainly used to occur, say maybe 500 years ago, it was widespread in the Pir Panjal, and it has now got fragmented due to various pressures, which I'll just allude to in a bit. So there are these populations which occur very, very rare and patchy. So quickly going over this, what is perhaps happening is that we are looking at the radiation of Himalayan Thar from the east coming along and finding hindrances like the Chenab and a gap, and then as it is trying to radiate into the Pir Panjal, it probably has Markhor occupying the same habitats. Mid-elevation, forested cliffs and very steep rugged mountains is something which is already occupied by Markhor. Perhaps, and we are talking about the last few thousand years, perhaps, it is something which is, in the last, maybe since the last glaciation, the mini glaciation about 10,000, 15,000 years ago. So that is the kind of time span that we are perhaps talking about. Other thing, as far as Markhor itself is concerned, the studies are showing that the level of intense livestock grazing is probably enhancing. In a place like the Pir Panjal, that is probably making a huge impact on this. And of course, the Mughal Road is something which again is implicated as causing some disturbance to these areas. There are several other things which are happening in the last few decades as far as Markhor is concerned. But if we look at even the British period, it was already not as widespread as it might have been in the past. So there is something that has happened with the Markhor, with hunting, with poaching in the past, and then increased livestock grazing. This grazing by several transhumant herders has perhaps increased after independence, after 1948, that is what I understand. So that is probably causing this whole pattern. Now, there are several ways in which you can answer why a species is not there where you expect it to be, but I'll just confine to the last two on dispersal in limitations and disturbance by humans. Very quickly again, if you look at the here you have got the species across that orange belt is a schematic representation of a barrier or a hindrance. So the first one is where you have free movement, dispersal, there is a corridor and there is free dispersal across. In the second one, there is some filter, there is some habitat filter which is sort of not allowing free movement of different species across the two areas, which is the kind of proposal that I have for several species, that the 4 species that I'm talking about here. In terms of their, it's like a sieve for them to not be able to cross. And I had mentioned about the time, meaning, we are looking at various glaciations happening. So there is habitat, vegetation, terrain, which is changing according to climate, not because of human-induced climate, but even natural ones. And these radiations, colonization, recolonization, local extinctions are happening. So, the other thing that I wanted to quickly mention here is that the species which occur in Jammu and Kashmir very often are at the limit of their distribution. So, because it is at the confluence of 3 realms, so they are at the limit, and there are various studies which say that because of several reasons, like mentioned here at the bottom, it is very likely that species at the edge of the distribution can be at a higher risk of extinction. So the animals, the fauna and flora of Jammu and Kashmir can be at high risk. So the final few slides, I just wanted to suggest the Banihal-Jhelem hypothesis for biogeography of the Pir Panjal, mainly originating from the idea of the absence of ibex and snow leopard when they are very close by, and historically and there is enough habitat for them, but they are not known to have occurred in these areas ever. So more on this as I am able to develop. But before you say that this doesn't seem good enough because it's just a gap of 50 kilometers, you can see that there is the Palghat Gap. Now, Palghat Gap, it was alluded to in the morning in one of the presentations also. Is a barrier, it has actually allowed speciation to happen across this gap of about less than 100 kilometers. Yeah, mountains. And if speciation, birds can speciate across the gap, hindrance to large mammals across such a pattern is, And the second one is about the Kali Gandaki. Kali Gandaki, along with Satluj, like you would know, are rivers which originate across the Himalaya. It originates north of the mountains, the Great Himalayan Mountains, cuts across. So the Kali Gandaki is subtropical at the bottom, and Annapurna and Dhaladhar at about close to 8,000 on either side. So it's one of the deepest gorges in the world. And here you find difference between even Tragopan. I think Tragopan and several species of birds, they change between the east Annapurna side and the Dhaladhar side. Also, the Dhaladhar side is drier. Yeah. So, again, you all perhaps know about the island-wide geography here, but I also want to invoke that if we are looking at the Pir Panjal as a kind of high-altitude island, and I forgot to mention that the paper, which was this paper on the right by Robin and others, they basically proposed this whole idea of high-altitude islands, yeah, for the birds, and very fascinating paper, and I think you should really check that out. It's very nice. So there are many of these concepts which can be then utilized, and my goal, which I'll again come in the last slide, also is to encourage a lot of the younger people to know that Pir Panjal is an area, the next frontier to explore for flora, for invertebrates, for fauna, larger fauna. So I think the key takeaways I would say are that, ibex and snow leopard should have occurred and perhaps don't, they have not been able to be in or occur in the Pir Panjal range, essentially because of short gaps in habitat continuity, followed by climatic vagaries which have been happening over the last several centuries, plus in the recent years, tremendous increase in human pressure in these areas. So they have not been able to colonize. We are perhaps seeing an area, a place where species are still colonizing, and they are not able to occur in the Pir Panjal area. The other thing is about Markhor and Himalayan Thar. Like I said earlier, that Markhor might have existed in the Pir Panjal because continuous with its origin and distribution from further northwest, and which may have deterred the colonization of very similar habitat by the Himalayan Thar in this area. And that, like I mentioned, that the human impacts perhaps have decimated Markhor to those patches that we see it now. I have not spoken about this earlier, but to conserve, it's not just the 1 or 2 protected areas that exist in the Pir Panjal, but I really want to strongly suggest that Pir Panjal is an area where more community reserves, conservation reserves, more inclusive conservation reserves should be made for different taxa. And the last point, it's not just for the young researchers, but for the department also, that it will be a nice thing to explore the Pir Panjal, and from a very academic sense also, I am quite sure that we will get some very, very fascinating insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful talk. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to you for sharing your wisdom and vision with us today. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our new invited talk, Dr. Bivash Pandav, a renowned wildlife biologist and senior scientist at the Wildlife Institute of India. Sorry, sir is in the field right now. So, our next invited talk will be delivered by Mr. Rashid Nakash. Who is? Rashid, sir.
Rashid? अच्छा तो यहाँ है ना
Oh, sir. Please stop it. Our next invited talk will be delivered by Mr. Rashid Nakash, Regional Wildlife Warden, Department of Wildlife Protection. Mr. Nakash has played a fundamental role in conserving the region's rich biodiversity through a long-standing efforts in wildlife management, habitat protection, or conflict mitigation, and strengthening conservation policies. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rashid Nakash to kindly come on the dais and share their words with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers, for giving me a chance to be here among these luminaries. With the permission of the chair, co-chair, I would like to give some insights of the management of human-wildlife conflicts, challenges, strategy, action plan in the Kashmir landscapes. Actually, we in the Department of Wildlife Protection are having the biggest challenge these days. I will say from the last 2 decades, lot of our resources, lot of our energy, lot of our efforts are on just to mitigate conflict in and outside our protected area network. So the pulse of these landscapes is something which need to be understood in right context so that the managerial interventions will be in the right directions. To begin with, I would say that we all know that the conflict means the interaction between wild animals and people, and it's not a new phenomenon. From age-old phenomena, from centuries, from millions of years together, we have been sharing the spaces together. And the result of this interaction often result in negative impacts, wherein people or their resources get damaged, or animals or their habitat is disturbed. Next. Next. Okay. So, coming to the conflict mitigation, we know that human-wildlife conflicts are becoming more frequent in our landscape. This is next. Okay. So, talking about the human-wildlife conflicts in our landscape here in Kashmir, particularly in Kashmir, I would say that they are becoming very frequent, serious and widespread as the human populations in this landscape grow and habitats are being lost. Human-wildlife conflicts have unique ecological, cultural, social, historical, physical, economic and political characteristics which strategize to manage conflicts. Wildlife can threaten people's safety and livelihoods, which can lead to conflict. Experts call this human-wildlife conflict. And managing these conflicts effectively protects communities, stops escalating conflicts, builds trust in conservation, and avoids retaliation against wild animals. What we have seen that is a big question that who came first, humans or animals? We have seen that 4 to 5 million years ago, the 4 species have speciated in our subcontinent, Indian subcontinent, and the arrival of the humans in Indian subcontinent is less than 1 million years ago. The historical perspective and present day dilemma is that from time immemorial that animals have played a significant role in the evolution of our culture. Animals ascribed to gods, goddesses and deities as incarnations of divinity, also used in rituals. Wild animals were used as beasts of burden for food, clothing, fashion and sport. It was when the human population was a fraction of what it is now, wildlands were plentiful and wild animals flourished. With India's independence, the sudden lawlessness wiped out most of our wild animals. Drastically, land use changes have no regard whatsoever for the conservation ethics. Wild animals were simply wiped out. In the year 1972, the Wildlife Protection Act came into being. With the blanket protection afforded, national parks and sanctuaries were created, and wild animals were given a chance to recover back. As human populations and demand for space continue to grow, people and wildlife are increasingly interacting and competing for resources, which is leading to increased human-wildlife conflict. Similarly, in Jammu and Kashmir, the conflict is not a new phenomenon. There is enough historical evidence to show that it's an old phenomenon. It has certainly escalated to a great extent in the past few decades. If we take course to the earlier records, we have a map dated 1942. During the Maharaja's regime, 5 animals were color-coded along the landscape, wherein we can see 2 species which are right now involved in the conflict, the brown bear and the black bear. Among these 5 species, if we see the distributional pattern of these animals, shown in maroon and the red color, that is basically has been the recorded distribution range across this landscape in early 1940s. Now, coming to present scenario, we have the wildlife protected area network spread across the landscape Jammu and Kashmir, and you can see the fragmented patches of these landscapes in green across our Jammu and Kashmir landscape. We have right now about 11.50% percentage with respect to the geographical area of the UT of J&K, which is almost 3 times more at a national level, which is around 4.88 at a national level. And we have 4 national parks, 14 wildlife sanctuaries. We have wildlife conservation reserves, also wetland conservation reserve. If we see the span of these protected area networks vis-a-vis with the districts, across the districts, you can see that most of the districts are not having any protected area at all. But wildlife, especially the conflict scenario, do exist over there as well. Well, some frequent questions which come to our mind is that when forest area of Jammu and Kashmir is around 20,000 square kilometer, which is around 47.80% of its geographical area, when wildlife area of Jammu and Kashmir is about 4,861 square kilometer, which is 11.50% of its geographical area, means thereby protected as well as the forest areas in Jammu and Kashmir is about 59.3% of its geographical area. Is that 60% of our geographical area not enough to hold and carry the wild animal population? Is this a spillover or surplus population? Is the health of our forests not too good to carry and hold the wild animal population? Is the prey base of our carnivores so depleted? Is the forest not providing enough food for our herbivores or omnivores? Is our resources planning to do something with this? Is climate change playing a role in this? Is the behavior and adaptations of animals changing as per the changing circumstances? And many more questions come to our mind. As we know that we have the protected landscape across our nation, wherein more than 900, now it's a bit updated, more than 900 protected areas. Still, we have 29% of tigers outside the protected area network. We have 67% of elephants outside protected area network. We have almost 100% of Gangetic dolphins outside protected area network. We have also 50% of black bucks outside protected area network. Even wolves, almost 100% population outside the protected area network. Reasons, as we all basically know, is that we know about the shrinking habitats, spread of human settlements, growing expanses of crop like maize, orchards, plantations, filling the erstwhile gaps between the forest and the habitations. Predatory attacks when animals view the person in as a prey. Invasion of personal space of an animal. Animal moving inside human-dominated landscapes, including sudden encounters. Animals attracted by food resources, municipal dumps, garbage heaps, increased dog population, infirmity, and many more. As we know that here in J&K, as per the Aadhaar statistics and the last census, we know we share the common spaces. Around 13.64 million population is as per the last census of 2021, and it is projected to be around 14 million in the next coming census. Also, Jammu and Kashmir holds a distinction of having 150.64 lakh livestock population as per latest livestock census, which is going to be higher in the 2024 census. I don't have that figure with me. But faunal diversity also has the same space to share. As far as this is concerned, we have 95 mammalian species, 592 bird species, 68 reptilian species, 14 amphibians, 308 butterflies, 128 Pisces. Also, floral diversity of Jammu and Kashmir include 210 species of bryophytes, 90 species of pteridophytes, 12 species of gymnosperms, and more than 2,000 species of angiosperms. This is basically the pulse of the landscape, what's decadal change is being taken place over the period of time. This is between 1980 and 2013. If we see the different uses, the classes of the land use of different classifications, we see there's a tremendous change in different classes, especially the agriculture is showing the minus change, and the settlements and also the horticulture has taken over these landscapes. Like we can see, there's a different classifications of one class is taking over the other, and this is the pulse going on in this small landscape, as Mr. Yashvir has said that this is an island between the Pir Panjal as well as the Western Himalayas. It's a landlocked landscape, and there are least chances of dispersal of most of the animals across. These are different changes in this landscape in 1990, then again 2002, then again 2017. If we see that there is a net positive change in horticulture, which is from 176 square kilometer, which has increased to 279. Then 2017, it has increased to 409. Also, you can see the agriculture. So agriculture is being taken over a bit by horticulture. Also, the dense forests have gone a minus change, and something very significant changes are taking place in the landscape that is somehow connected to this conflict scenario in this valley. As I said, that Kashmir's agrarian economy depends on irrigation system. Now we see that crop failures due to increased salinization and water crisis loom large primarily due to the climate shift. Farmers are choosing horticulture over agriculture, being more lucrative and government-backed incentives. These conflict consequences are basically threatened the livelihood, well-being and security of the human communities. Wildlife suffers the maximum, creates antagonistic feelings among the humans, and this leads to the retaliatory killings of wild animals. This is a day-to-day diary for our managers, for our staff at the divisional level, at the range level, at the block level, wherein they have to leave their prime duty of conserving the wildlife in the protected areas, and they have to focus on something, some unproductive sort of a mission, or you can say the task, which is least conservation oriented, but somehow 60 to 70% of our resources and energy goes on this. There are some very disturbing pictures. I would say sorry about that, but I have to show they are the fallout of this trauma. These are some very disturbing pictures. I would not basically focus on these. Somehow, at times, people invite trouble. These are some pictures. This is basically very much in Srinagar, wherein in the backdrop is the Dachigam landscape, and we have the human settlement just on the bottom of its landscape. This is recently being published a study which has studied the conflict situation near the Dachigam landscape. This has shown changes in the Dachigam landscape near the outside Dachigam landscape between 1965 and 2020. Somehow, these are very common factors wherein we get usually the intervention calls. You can see the forest area. Inside the forest area, we have settlement, and here we have to go and intervene for this conflict situations. Such as these are some. This was one of the incident recently wherein one child was lifted by the leopard. The location is right now just in the heart of the Srinagar city. Just summing up now. This was a study conducted by Wildlife SOS, how these garbage dumps in Hajuas, Sonmar, is attracting brown bear attention, and they are getting habituated to this type of unnatural feeding. You can see the dogs, the brown bear, and many other animals. Well, human conflicts is as we say that it's an interdisciplinary subject wherein it needs to be understood. Its dynamics need to be understood by a biologist. Then a creation of its awareness and ensure community participation by sociologists. And for managing conflict situation is the task of a veterinarian and the managers. Understanding the dynamics of the conflict is better prediction of the hotspots of conflict than data collection and evaluation of impact, determination of exact cause and damage, spatial and temporal variation in conflict, devising appropriate mitigation measures. This we have tried to, in Kashmir, we have tried to map out the hotspots of the villages, then digitizing those areas. And this type of data is available with us right now. This is somehow right now 2006 onwards till date we have documented every incident with respect to human deaths and human injuries. From 2006 till date we have around 464 human deaths and around 5,498 injuries which are of a nature of grievous and also from minor to grievous injuries. This year only we have around 1,170 such calls wherein we have rescued different animals only. This is from April to March 26. This is a sorry. This is one of the hospitals here, super specialty hospital here, the SKIMS, where in the bare mall cases, airwise bare mall cases, they have been tackling on their own is recorded like this airwise. They have been going under for plastic surgeries and other reconstruction surgeries. This is a data from 19 to 2024 regarding our effort to rescue different animals and rehabilitating them back into wild. Now, issues in crisis management is, of course, lack of trained manpower, crowd anger, curious crowd that is enthusiastic to see the wild animal often get injured, fear psychosis leads to panic, lack of long-term plan, and what after capturing the animal. There is no such holistic plan for these animals to be rehabilitated. Again, then ongoing mitigation measures wherein we are trying to do is that habitat enrichments by planting fruit-bearing trees in the fringe areas. We have a very good example in Tral. And then also we have trap and translocation machinery, which are temporary solution, of course. Community awareness and training, wherein SKUAST, other NGOs, Wildlife SOS are involved with us for generating the awareness among the locals, almost among those fringe communities. And then we have infrastructure development in the shape of rescue centers, medical aid, various other equipments. This I was talking about habitat enrichment by way of fruit-bearing trees. Just two more slides. I'll just run through the slides. These are some key resources and capabilities in conflict responses. And way forward is our improved data-driven conflict prediction models, engaging local communities in conservation planning, strengthening institutional capacity and interdepartmental coordination, promote coexistence through awareness and habitat protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We deeply appreciate the knowledge and the experience you have shared today. Now I introduce our next speaker who will join us online, Dr. Rajesh Gopal, who is an expert wildlife conservationist and former member secretary
Move on.
भी ज्वाइन नहीं किया उन्होंने क्या?
Excuse me.
Has he joined, Dr. इनके पास सही लिंक है ना? Farad sir, is he there? I mean,
He was online, just from the. The last one is.
Okay. Because if there is a problem, we can try talk, which is
By the right.
he's joining. Okay. Maybe what we can do is, while we are waiting, if there are any questions to the speakers so far, maybe we can try to utilize. Oh, no, sorry, he's here. Dr. Rajesh Gopal, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Great, sir. So, will you be sharing the presentation or what is the move? Great. So, there. Over to you, sir. Just a minute.
Yes.
We can hear you, sir. Introduction? Please, just a minute, sir. We'll just have your introduction and then we'll start.
Absolutely. Okay.
Dr. Rajesh Gopal, who is an expert wildlife conservationist and former member secretary of National Tiger Conservation Authority. He played an important role in strengthening Project Tiger and later served as Secretary General of the Global Tiger Forum, fostering international cooperation for conservation of tiger. With a great respect, I request Dr. Rajesh Gopal to share his words with us.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. Very, and this for me to be here or to be connected to all the delegates, participants, Dr. Bhatnar and all others. I wish that from there, but we come, make it. So let me first compliment the university, Sri Kashmir University, for organizing this. And Dr. Khurshid in particular, who took a lot of interest long back in his PhD on the same very subject. And very good. He's very passionate about the species, so I compliment him for doing this good initiative, and I'm sure a lot of good ideas, practical ideas emerging during this interaction that will help us to save the species. Now, coming to the action part of it, because I'm not going to articulate on the about the species we are aware about the endangered, how endangered it is and what is decimating it, but I'll touch upon some of those points for the sake of continuity. Now, this is very closely related to the Central Asian red deer and continues to remain highly endangered, especially the one which is with us in Rajigam. It's a small population and then insular, which is a great cause for concern, confined mainly to Dachigam landscape and that to the national park area. And some small groups are seen here and there, proximal groups are seen there. And the surrounding area. The overall population, as I could learn from the published literature and the literature, which are available in the public domain, is around 289 or something as per the 2023 estimation. So there are it's there in the domain, public domain, but around 200 animals are inside the national park. Now, despite being small, another concern is the sex ratio is skewed. And then the biases towards the male perhaps, and then poor for survival, and then we don't know much about the, disease aspect related to this species. I'm not updated on this if there are new insights in that context. But to wrap it up, there is a great risk of collapse, the population collapse. It will be very difficult to recover them, resurrect them. So we need to do something very urgently. And what we can do. So before we embark on some kind of action strategy involving the ministry and all others, people who are, like-minded organizations and others. So the habitat loss is one important thing, the fragmentation of the habitat, livestock, grazing, we are aware of the movement, pastoral movements, and then there is natural resource dependency, especially in the upper Dachigam area, like grass cutting, fuel wood and so on. Competition for forage, disease risk, mutual transmission, and then the human disturbance, foot traffic is there, a lot of footfalls are there. And some military activity and all those things are happening. So the Hangul is pushed beyond and beyond from its prime habitat, that is happening. And the low recruitment is one of the outcome of the skewed sexuation, that is low stag and hind ratio, and fawn to low to fawn ratio is also not very encouraging. This indicates there is a high adult male as well as calf mortality. It's a very proximate primary threat which may decimate the population if not addressed timely. Then historically, poaching of course has been there, and above all predation, leopard predation, and even Asiatic black bear, I could see in peer-reviewed literature, is another animal which kills this. So the mortality pressure is considerable, and then we have the alley effect as well, the genetics, this thing. So they need more individuals. The gregariousness has to be there if we want the species to survive and sustainably. So several recommendations are there from conservation agencies time and again. I just reiterate, many of us are aware. One is, of course, the article which we reading, when we come across, which we come across in the literature, secure and restore corridors around Lachigram, Shikargarh, Ral, protect entering matters. The second one which comes strictly regulates rights of use in upper ranges, manage disease interface.
This recording and we
Then reducing the disturbance in lower Lachigram. This is repeatedly figuring in the recommendation. Managing disease, then we have the intensify anti-boosting and targeted predator management and so on. So the same thing, last but not the least, genetic monitoring and contingency planning, that is transportation. Many papers, many experts, they have advocated this. Now, what can be done now? Let's hope, given all these constraints and the above all the
You can just invite this as a guest.
protected areas. We for a moment let's say that we will be in a pushing card wisdom in one way or the other. Then what strategy? Strategy. I feel personally, given based on the experience over the years, this also requires a landscape level strategy and macro scale strategy. So for that to happen, we need to envision the limits of the landscape. And this can be best done by experts like people who are there now and who have an intimate knowledge of the area, its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. How far is zone of influence? And what is the cruising radius of Hangul here? 3 times the cruising radius normally if we take that should suffice, or you can increase it also little. So we need to take an approximation based on first knowledge and the knowledge which we have with experts. We can estimate using the distance, radius, and distance would be the radius of a large landscape. The parcels of forest and parcels of land we also include non-forest factors and their impact. Like what Lars did in the context of snow leopard, the landscape strategies, I think to something like on those lines. What I can think would be very sustainable for this species. So how to finally a few more words on these things. So we need to have two agendas. One is just similar to the big cat agenda, whether it's a tiger or whether it's a leopard or whatever, snow leopard, whatever. Some areas in this context, with reference to Hangul, we have the Dachiga and the source area, and we need to have an exclusive Hangul strategy. An exclusive Hangul strategy where we step up the protection, where we have a smart patrolling protocol, where we have specially established big stations with AI-backed camera tracking designed specifically to photograph bush animals, and we have a photo capture depository of fossils, and we keep trying fixed IDs, and then we keep radio positive animals and monitor. Put to our research groups and get some insights and gain some insights for improving our managerial strategy. We need to know more and then look at what are the fast-forward movements and the kind of degradation, the opportunity degradation done by even the dogs start talking into that. So whether the mortality is specific, like the Barasingha system, specific to the days, it's like and get that targeted.
So after this restart
It's not a sure.
We have anything like that. And sometimes when I'm not aware whether the species has post-natal care. So if there is a post-natal care and kind of fond bedding and other things, habits, whether are we securing those places for these species? So all these things are there. So to sum it, to wrap it up, so we need to have a landscape strategy number one. Landscape strategy to be beyond. So if we bring to our mind the Darjeeling National Park as the center, the periphery of the Darjeeling can be taken as the periphery of the source area. From there, lies the closing radius of the Hangul. Maybe more. You can envision a garden landscape, parcels of land. It may have different land uses. The challenge here is to attend the concerns of Hangul in all those practices, whether government agencies or non-governmental stakeholders, whosoever, even the army, even the border road organization, whosoever is operating, in factoring the concerns of in those sectors or agencies where Hangul is not the good. So for that to happen, we need a master plan approach, and a subset of the master plan would be a simple management plan as we understand it, and then we need to have architecture for monitoring. The park director can be the anchor, member convener, and this, this thing needs to have a senior revenue official as the coordinator, otherwise it's very difficult to coordinate with other agencies. That has been our experience. So in the context of Sikkim, they have issued a special geo for a landscape approach. Several other states have done that. And the practices, we need to have a calendar of operations, the practices which happen even around Darjeeling, how to sync the concerns of red Hangul deer in those practices. That's the challenge. And then finally, the biofuel scoring. If there are 10 schemes operating at the level of collector, which have an impact on the landscape in the context of ecology, then we need to safeguard. For that to happen, we need allocation, money. And each of the schemes which have a scope of these retrofittings, that needs to be examined. So it's a difficult task, and along with this, we need to have some enclosures, in situ enclosures within Darjeeling itself, predator-free enclosures to increase the number. So it should be free of any kind of predation, and those animals can be periodically released so that they can keep on augmenting the gregariousness. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was in short what I thought I must say at this juncture. There are many things, so but I will share on this with Dr. Crochet. So many things are there. I share this with you all in due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. We extend our sincere gratitude for your vision and commitment to the conservation. Now I request chairperson and co-chairpersons to call upon the tactical presenters and the rapporteur to give the final report of the present theme. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are moving ahead with the theme 3, the human-wildlife interface, interaction, community engagement and mitigation. We already had the 3 plenary lectures, 1 plenary lecture and 2 invited talk. So under this we have altogether 12 talks out, and after 4 talks we will be taking the question answer. So it is a request with all the speakers, please stick to the time. Every 4 minutes, after every 4 minutes, there will be a bell ringing, and within 1 minute you have to wind up. So the first speaker is Mr. Khalid. Khalid, are you there? Can you please connect?
It's being recorded.
Sure. Okay.
Doesn't play.
So Khalid will be speaking on one landscape for people, climate and biodiversity, high altitude ungulates, community stewardship and global biodiversity targets. So Khalid is an Asian Asia Head, protected, conserved and heritage area. So Khalid, over to you.
Recorded. But he's on it.
Is a recorded presentation, so I think so that would be better.
Yes.
If that is great.
We are doing that.
Thank you so much.
We are doing
Good
that.
afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to listen today on open natural
इसका
ecosystem
कंटिन्यू हो जा पाएंगी
नहीं सर यहाँ से घंटी बन
7-8 मिनट
high altitude areas with relation to the community stewardship and global governance. Talking about the mountain ranges across the West and across Asia, they are biodiversity hotspots. More than 50 plus species of ungulates reside across these mountain ranges, and more than 20% of many high elevation habitats are under strict formal protection. But what we are here to talk about is the 80% of the other landscapes which are beyond protected areas and what approach to take for preserving biodiversity along with people and taking into consideration the various impacts because of the climate and other external threats. Talking about these mountain landscapes, more than 10 million pastoralists depend on mountain rangelands across Asia. With climate change, many mountain species are shifting their ranges upslope. Protecting full elevation of gradient safeguards entire biodiversity stabilities and allow the species to adapt by moving along the climate corridors. For this, we need conservation investment that could be targeted at elevational zones with relatively low population of which is of the land under protection. And for this, we will have to take a large landscape approach. Looking at the threats across these high altitude areas, fragmentation in infrastructure due to the linear infrastructure projects and the other developmental projects, extractors, and the energy projects, including hydropower, have been one of the biggest threats. Along with that, overgrazing, unstable hunting, and more so the climate change impacts are leading to shrinking snow lines and shifting grasslands. High altitude ecosystems store more than 10% of the Asia's terrestrial carbon stock. Looking at also the forest inside the protected areas in the Himalayan region, only 13% of the forest in the Himalayan region are inside protected areas. Therefore, there is a huge potential for protecting biodiversity and the landscape within these landscapes beyond protected areas. Looking at land in Asia, the ownership of the indigenous people and local communities account for 21.5%. This throws a big opportunity for us to have the co-ownership of the people and in maintaining this biodiversity conservation across the high altitude areas. For example, in Nepal, the land which is designated for the indigenous people and local communities account for 80+%, which is looking at over 80% of the habitat outside protected areas can be really looked at with the co-ownership of the local communities. We also would like to highlight that the global initiative on ungulate migration is one such data portal hosting research and connecting stakeholders to share data. This could help feed well into the other collaborative efforts at the landscape level and transboundary planning for long-term ungulate conservation. Coming to today's approach, we are introducing the concept of the one natural ecosystem. This has been now being practiced and introduced in many of the other areas and is a landscape approach that recognizes multifunctional open systems especially the rangelands, the meadows, and the steppes, as conservation assets when governed for long-term biodiversity outcomes and community well-being. The approach explicitly leverages OECM's other effective area-based conservation measures to recognize community and IPLC's governance beyond protected areas. This will contribute to the several targets of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Lessons from the savannas and the deserts and the grasslands are emerging and evolving to show community OECMs can be very effective. And OECMs in high altitude regions have a potential to cover tens of millions of hectares, as more than 21% of the land, as we said, have been owned by the communities and indigenous people. Looking at the integration with the Montreal Global Biodiversity Targets, Target 2, health and restoration, with many of the areas across these high altitude areas which will be restored for bringing in and reviving the biodiversity and for many other species of the ungulates. Looking at the target 3, which is the main target responsible for area-based conservation and one of the biggest ever set target for global biodiversity and the vision, which calls for the protection and conservation of 30% of the terrestrial ecosystems, the freshwater environment, and marine and coastal ecosystems. Looking at the target 4 for the species recovery, the contributions therefore can also go through the target 2022, which they talk about 20 IPLC's inclusion and traditional knowledge. Now to talk about the evidences and how to deliver towards this one natural ecosystem landscape approach, the spatial planning needs to be done to understand effectively what is the level of OECMs that can contribute and scale up the contribution on biological diversity in these areas. Community stewardship and the IPLC governance is going to be one of the most important factors. Restoration and connectivity across longitudinal gradients, as just discussed, and more so, capacity building, technology transfer, and regional cooperation is required to basically give life to this idea. IPLC's managed territories already cover more than 25% as discussed of the global land with proven lower biodiversity loss rates. And we have examples for this, especially when we look at Mongolia, which has got a unique community managed rangelands and a unique grassroots approach called the community-based rangeland management. They have shown that over 2,000 community recognized herders and groups have been formed since the early 2000s, and they have been empowered to help and educate and manage their rangelands sustainably. And that has been contributing to the biodiversity in those areas. Looking at some of these work, we have already started to work with the Wildlife Institute of India, and we have started to map the OECMs in these high altitude areas. And looking at this one landscape approach, this can help in protection of biodiversity in keystone species, securing carbon and ecosystem services, strengthen cultural identity and livelihoods, build environment resilience, and reduce conflict. But we have come to the conclusion by doing this study over the Himalayas and trying to use some of the still planning that about 5.7% of the geographical area of the Indian Himalayan region has been identified as potential area for OECMs. The traditional PAs covered about 10%, which would account for 15% of the geographical area contributing towards the target 3 of the KMGBA. If we further go and start to investigate, taking into account other potential 500 sites, and looking at those, we can further expand this area within the Himalayas to 20% contribution towards the target 3. And this one landscape approach will help in bridging between the global biodiversity targets and global realities. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank also some of our colleagues who have been helping us to basically work on this vision and working.
Thank you, Khalid. Thank you for the very informative talk. So, thank you, Khalid. Thank you for the very informative talk. We would like to invite the second speaker, Marma Zinskwa.
She's not.
She's
She might not.
connected.
No, she's not connected.
Okay. So, we would like to invite Dr. Junaid Nazir Shah, and he'll be talking about the ungulates in the Middle East ecology, adaptation, and conservation of the sand gazelle. So, welcome, Junaid. The ice is all yours, but only for 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First, I thank the organizers of this conference inviting us to present some. We're giving a snapshot of sand ungulates in Middle East because we have been listening all about Himalayas and southern western world, but nothing has been said about this state. So I will be talking about the ecology and distribution of sand gazelles in the Middle East. When we look at the Middle East region, next, Middle East region, we have three types of ungulates present there. One are gazelles, another is oryx, another is athar. So one of the key species for conservation, which have been very flexible, is the. Sorry, I'm not even. Now it's fine. Yes. One of the key species from the Middle East, which has been a highlight of the conservation, is the Arabian oryx, because the species was going to be extinct, but with the efforts from governments in the Middle East, different countries, they put back to the wild and the rewilding as well. But my focus species would be Arabian sand gazelle. It's a flagship desert species which is found across Middle East. Next. For all of you who have not seen gazelle, there's a picture of a sand gazelle out there. It's a pale sand coat, white underparts, and it has got a. And it's a medium-sized gazelle, around 65 to 75 centimeters tall. It weighs between 20 to 30 kg, and it survives in hyper-arid regions of the world.
If you look at Middle East, you have got high temperatures and all that, and it gets its water from those moist plants which are found there in the Middle East. In terms of behavior, they usually form the small herds. It might be ecological adaptation because in Middle East you don't have so much of foliage if you have 100 of animals moving together. So it's an adaptation which has been happening here. The males are very territorial, and most of the time we have seen females with the young ones. What ecological role these sand gazelles play? They are specialist species which are found only in these sandy ecosystems. They feed on sparse vegetation which is very low, and they have a seasonal movement pattern in this sandy desert because as they move around, they feed on plants as the plants that they move around, and also they form a base for carnivores because we have got a couple of carnivores in the desert ecosystem. If you look at the historical distribution of sand gazelle, it was across whole Arabian Peninsula, Mesopotamian plains and deserts of Syria and Iraq. While if you look at the present distribution of sand gazelle, it is mainly restricted to Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman and Qatar. And it has already been extinct from Iraq, Syria and Jordan. But there are some populations in Jordan which have been reintroduced, not after the extinction has happened. At present,
The largest populations are in Saudi Arabia in couple of protected reserves. In UAE, it has been reintroduced in herds in Dubai Conservation Reserve, while in Qatar and Oman, you found a small isolated population of this species. In terms of population, there is a decline in population due to different human interfaces. Next. If you look at the distribution map, I have plotted the protected areas of Middle East up to Egypt, and if you see the brown areas are the protected areas, and the green areas are the protected areas where the species is present. If you can see looking at the map, you can see how the species is sparsely distributed across the Middle East. Next. Ikram. Yeah. Next. Okay.
If you remove the next slide, you can continue to talk.
Yeah, I will show you because that's much good. Yeah. Yeah. If you look at what are the major threats to, because if you look 50 years before, these habitats were not having so much of infrastructure. But with the discovery of oil, these sand habitat has completely changed. There's a lot of machinery going out, and also with 50 years before, if you look at economically, not of much money was there. Now there's a lot of money in, and you have got these high-4 cars which can roam around desert and hunt for these species. And another important thing which has happened is the competition with the livestock which is happening out there, which is another threat to this gazelle, and the climate change where the precipitation, where the rainfalls have reduced to a large extent so that you don't have animals, plants coming up so quickly. If you look at the conservation status of this animal, it's vulnerable. It's a vulnerable species, and also there are regional, on IUCN it's a one, and country-wise also it's a one, because there's an IUCN country list for UAE, which is vulnerable, and there is a low genetic diversity in these animals. What conservation actions have been taken, there are a couple of reserves which have been formed. For example, Zaid and Banmari have the major populations of this. There is a reintroduction program for this species which is at Alain Zoo and Prince Saud's Faisal. And there is a community involvement and campaign with the Bedouins, and the ecotourism challenges are mainly the genetic diversity, because as you know, there is a lot of development happening in Saudi Arabia, which they call it Vision 2030, where they're introducing good number of populations which have diminished from their protected areas into these reserves. What the best thing they are doing, whatever population they are reintroducing into them, they're checking the genetic diversity of these individuals, so that when when their future generation is there, is much more the genetic more viable, rather than there is no inbreeding which is happening across. what conservation, future direction is, because these are species which is found in desert ecosystem, and there is no connectivity, because if you look at 50 years back, this whole Arabian Peninsula was a single country rather than having and the borders were not that tight. There was a movement of animals and freedom that has been closed due to new mode of fencing and all that. We need to create wildlife corridors across these protected areas and other things, and also improve the community-based additions to it, because one of the important community is there. If you look at way back for 400 years, there used to be a thing called HEMA, where they used to move their gazelles or their animal livestock to different areas. So till that the area gets rejuvenated, that should be used, and we should also use sand gazelles as a flagship species for this, for the desert, so that there is a wider, it helps in wider biodiversity of desert biodiversity. Thank you.
Wonderful insight about the ungulates of Middle East. So we'll be doing the question answer session later on. We would love to invite another next speaker, Mr. Alok Manan. Alok Manan will be speaking on the geospatial evaluation of grassland fire in the floating meadows of Kebul Lamjoy National Park, Manipur. So, welcome, Alok.
Yeah.
Alok, you have 5 minutes, and after 4 minutes they will be ready.
Right. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I am Alok Manna from Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, working on Campus Sangai project, focus on the geospatial component. Today I will present on my work, geospatial evaluation of grassland fire in the floating meadows of Kebul Lamjaw National Park. This study aims to understand the patterns, frequency and impacts on grassland fire in these unique floating meadows, which are critically habited for the endangered Sangai deer. Oh, sorry. Imagine the land floats on the water. That is Kebul Lamjaw National Park, home to the endangered Sangai, the unique floating meadows of Fumdi, supporting rich biodiversity But between January to April, the fire occurrence, fire occurrence will happen. It's for the through that, sometimes the part of traditional management can be degraded, habitat destabilized from the forest department used to control fire burning, lies to prevent large scale wildfires. Fire reduce forage the district Sangai movement and patterns. This is Kebul Lamjaw National Park main entrance, and in that left side you can see that Sangai deer. It's okay. My study area, it's about 40 square kilometers bordered by the Manipur and Khoga river and the Tanga village to the west and Loktak to the north. My objectives are to map KLNP, map the areas in KLNP from 2016 to 25 using Sentinel-2 imagery, and we can make the normalized burn ratio. And second objective is to assess fire severity using delta differentiate normalized burn ratio. And the third objective is to analyze the spatial temporal patterns of fire occurrence. And the fourth objective is the goal is to generate geospatial insight that guide conservation planning and fire management strategies, the unique ecosystem. This is my methodology which I use to generate that fire indices and that fire severity mapping. These are the equations which I use for generating that fire severity and that fire burned areas. This is classification of severity. I classified in the 5 severity classes. You can see the map. very high severity, moderate severity, low severity, and unborn. This is result. In 2016, we encounter a maximum fire-borne areas, and 2023 we get that maximum fire-borne areas, and 2017, 18, and 20. 18, 19 and 20 we get that very small fire-borne area, but in that 10 years we can see that some years we will get that higher fire severity, and some years we will have the moderate fire severity. Not severity, it is a burning area. This map represents that burning areas in 40 square kilometer park. That same map. And this is NDVI map. That negative value shows that burned areas. Actually, negative values represent that there is unhealthy vegetation or burned areas or bare soil group. So this is severity mapping using DNBR. So the dark portion we can see that that is a high severity, and then moderate severity we can see that orange, and yellow severity, low severity is indicated by that yellow color, and unburned means that portion having that green vegetations. Here I did that accuracy assessment. We choose that 4 site while we are going to that field, and I compare with that NDVI and NBR both, and 4 site we can see that A, B, C, D, and there you can see that burned areas, and NDVI the negative values. These are the sites. First photo is near to that Pavut hill, and then next wala is Kodak, and that forest guards are there. There is between that fire line is also there. These are the fire areas.
That's the Pavut hill.
Yeah.
Pavut hill.
Yes, Pavut hill. So basically, reoccurring fires were severe in 2016 and 13, that I already discussed. And what we can do for implication, we can use for a new technological advancement like drones, and like we can give them awareness programs near to that surrounding villages, and we can train that guards for this kind of incidents or fire outbreaks. These are the fire lines over the year from 2016 or before itself, and I accumulate the data and just made a map, and the fire lines look like this. And there is a water patches, there is a very thin fumdi, so they can continue that fire line ahead. So some portions where that thick fumdi is there, they can continue to that fire line, and some portions they left like that. So drone for fire control and mapping. So we can use that newly that emerging technology like this, and we can map that burned area, and as well as that we can make a simulation, and we can go through with that, because that area is totally challenging area. We can't go through that. There is lot of tall grasses. Human can't go inside, and then. In that conclusion, that fungi fire and resistant ecological threat to KLNP for Fumdi ecosystem and Sangai deer habitat. Fringe villages, majorly that like population and surrounding villages, they are accidentally or they put a fire for, and that fire will take a big fire, and it will lose that heavy vegetations. These are all my references, and this is. Can you play this video, please? Can you play this? I acknowledge these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Arno. It was really interesting to talk about the floating meadows. I have seen the floating market in Dal Lake, but not yet seen the floating meadows. So next time I will come with you. So
floating island that is Sangai is still existing. You go to government stick without it.
yeah. So the next speaker is Aslam Muhammad. Aslam Muhammad. So Aslam Muhammad will be speaking on ecotourism and its influence on behavior and habitat use of the endangered Nilgiri thar in Ervikulam National Park. So, welcome Asma.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aslam Muhammad. I'm here to present my study on the study on the influence of ecotourism on the behavior and habitat use of Nilgiri in Ervikulam National Park. This was a master's dissertation which I done during my master's time in Wildlife Institute of India under the guidance of Dr. K. Ramesh, C. Ramesh and Dr. Karnagaran. So Nilgiri is an endemic and endangered mountain ungulate found in the southern part of India, and they are found at the altitude of 900 meters to 2,000 meters. As per the latest estimate, there are 2,688 individuals of Nilgiri around the world. And Ervikulam National Park is having the largest number of Nilgiri 800 plus individuals are there in this single national park, almost 1/3 of the population. And as per the latest MEE assessment, this is considered one of the best managed national park in the country, and it's about 97 square kilometers. This national park has a dedicated tourism program for Nilgiri, and tourism is open throughout the year except for 2 months of February and March for the calving season. So wildlife tourism actually helps in two aspects. One is like providing awareness to the people as well as providing economic benefit for conservation as well as for the people, community dependent on the tourism. However, the tourism could also have negative influence, like could alter the behavior and physiology of the endangered species, as well as there could be a potential of zoonotic disease spread. So the rationale of studying is the understanding the influence of tourism on this endangered species is essential for proper management, and no such study has been conducted yet. So my objective was to understand the difference between the behavior of Nilgiri and tourism area as well as in the core area, and to understand how the habitat use is different between the tourism area and the core area. So this was my study area in the Ervikulam National Park. One was the tourism zone and the adjacent area. This circled area is a tourism area road where there's a 1 kilometer stretch where people can actually get down off the bus and have a close interaction with the Nilgiri. And I also sampled another 14 square kilometer area, observe the Nilgiri behavior to understand how an area with a minimum human interaction will behave. So these are major behavior I observed: standing, resting, social behavior, grooming, feeding. And I did a scan sampling for 15 minutes and also noted what is the habitat type they are occupying. I also measure the flight initiation distance to understand how much they are habituated. I approached them at a 1 meter per second distance speed, and the distance at which they showed a flight response was noted. I also placed camera trap along the tourism area and the core area to see whether the Nilgiri are coming to tourism area to avoid predators. Are the predator presence influencing the arrival of Nilgiri? And in the observation, I had found there's immense provisioning happening in the tourism area. Like Nilgiri were actually feeding on the leftover food, the garbage, even the range of it, there were salt licks, even the urinal and washroom were used as a salt lick by Nilgiri. So this was clearly having an influence on the Nilgiri behavior. One of the initial difference I observed by analysis was a change in the activity pattern. The Nilgiri in the tourism in the core area as well as general ecology says they are actively feeding in the early hours and in the evening hours and will be resting in the afternoon. However, the tourism area, they came in the early morning, rested there, and then onwards they started feeding. Like that was a major behavior throughout the day. And in the evening they go back to the interior of the cliffs. In the flight distance, there was also a huge difference. The tourism area, the flight distance was reduced to almost 1 meter. On the range of it was like 5 meters. People were even able to touch, hold, and even keep a hat on the head of the tower. And in the core area, it was like 100 meters. In the spot of 100 meters away, they will be showing the flight distance, flight response, as they were not habituated to the presence. So there's also a clear correlation between the behavior as well as habitat in the core area. They preferred certain areas for resting, certain areas for feeding, and they avoided areas like grassy slope for resting, where there might be predator presence, or they predominantly foraged on burned rock and burned grass, where there's fresh sprouts. However, in the tourism area, they were resting everywhere, they were walking everywhere, they were feeding everywhere. They didn't show much difference on the behavior and the habitat use in the tourism area.
There are also predator presence in the tourism area, so it is not because of the absence of the predators in Ligitar coming there. I actually found 3 tigers and 2 leopards in the tourism zone. However, they are active only during the night time. Daytime, because of the presence of humans, the predators are avoiding. And daytime, tar will come and occupy the area, and night they will go back. So to summarize, the flight distance from Ligitar has reduced from more than 100 meters in the core area to less than 2 meters because of the habituation. And there is change in activity pattern in the tourism area and the core area. And the relation between behavior and the habitat type was not as prominent in the tourism area. And there was a spatial overlap between Ligitar and predators, however, they were temporally separated. So a long-term study is required to understand, across differences, is required to understand the major influence of the tourism. And the movement pattern of Ligitar is not yet known, so that should also be studied. The potential of zoonotic disease spread should also be studied, as they are even using the washroom and the close interaction with humans and the tar is seen. So I would like to acknowledge the department and the Wildlife Ministry of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Aslam. Indeed, it was a good talk and very timely. You timely finished this. Within 4 minutes, you finished. So you will be getting the additional marks for this. Thank you. Yeah. So I think after 3 more talks, we'll be having the question answer session. So I would like to invite Mr. Shehzada Iqbal. Shehzada. He'll be talking about the cultural bridges to coexistence, local predation of wolf conservation in tribal landscape. Wolf is a predator for most of the ungulate species in Mahua. Okay. So welcome Shehzada, and for 5 minutes, dice is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Shehzada Iqbal. When the culture respects nature, coexistence is not a challenge but a tradition. One of my respondent, 72-year-old female, who never been out of her district in her entire life, and she said this very simple but a powerful line. So what we think in direction, anyway, next. So most of the world mega biodiverse nation is in the global south, and at the same time more than 70% population is also in the global south, and India is also touching the mark of 1.4 billion human population. So in this context, it is very important to understand the how human perceive and interact with the nature. So we hypothesize that the tribal communities will hold a more positive attitude towards the wolf conservation than the non-tribal population. This is the photograph taken by me. These are the Sarna religion followers who are tying the string with, to the sal tree. So, please next. Yeah. Sarna religion, the followers of the Sarna religion, they strictly worship the nature, and they are mostly found in the Jharkhand and Odisha state of India. Next. So aim of the study is to understand how the cultural traditions and the local perception are shaping the wolf conservation in this landscape. So I am talking about the eastern part of the India. So this is the Mahua Wolf Sanctuary. This is very interesting sanctuary. The topic of cancer almost cuts this sanctuary in 2 halves, and this is the first wolf sanctuary in India, and it is in the southern part of the Palamu Tiger Reserve. So this is also a very important breeding site of wolves. The other landscape photographs of Mahua Wolf Sanctuary. So we conducted the questionnaire surveys. These are the household locations where we conducted our survey. So questions were basically based on the demographic data, and we also took the data on the attitude on Likert scales, and we also indexed the Likert scales questions and on the for the model of this for the attitudes. So we did the GLMM for the attitude analysis. Not working. Yes. Most of the respondents experienced the livestock depredation, but despite this high depredation rate, please next. Most of the respondents had a very positive attitude towards the wolf conservation. These are the variables used for the GLMM analysis. So education, Cerner lesion and the gender were the strongest predictor in the attitude analysis. Next. So it is very important to adopt the area specific approach for the conservation. Whenever we made management plans or conservation plans, it is very important to take the cultural inference for the area specific conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shehzada. Thank you, Shehzada. This was very interesting talk, little bit different from rest of the talk because everyone is talking about the ungulates and he spoke about the predator species, the wolf. Anyway, the abstract was accepted. So thank you. The next speaker is Mariam Nasir. Mariam Nasir. Mariam, welcome Mariam. Mariam will be talking about the wild ungulates at the forest, farmlands interface, conflict and coexistence in Doon Valley. So welcome Mariam.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all of you. I am Mariam Nasir and today I will be talking about wild ungulates at the forest farmland interface, conflict and coexistence in Dehradun Valley. I think my slides have gone a little bit. So global food security is a critically dependent on the productivity of tropical agricultural systems, which are also hotspots for biodiversity with dense human populations. And with close human population or close human wildlife proximity causes frequent crop losses to wild herbivores. Crop damage threatens farmers' livelihood and can lead to retaliatory killing, which challenges the Life on Land SDG 15 goal, which is aimed at reducing human-wildlife conflict. And understanding the dynamics of these conflicts at a regional scale is therefore very crucial to achieve conservation goal as well as food security. How to move it forward? In India, we have Asian elephant, wild boar, gaur, sambar and nilgai, which are predominantly in conflict with humans. And only a few studies, scientific studies, addresses human-wildlife conflict in Uttarakhand. To study this knowledge gap, we have carried out a localized data-driven study to investigate the pattern and impacts of wild herbivore crop damage in Dehradun Valley, which is also an agricultural hotspot for the state of Uttarakhand. So Dehradun Valley lies between the Shivaliks and the Himalayas. The valley, the two important rivers of India, which is Ganges and Yamuna, marks the eastern and western boundary of this landscape. The study area comprises of a mosaic of landscape, which is dominated with the human landscape and forested landscape. Dehradun is also very famous for, it is very important for basmati rice. The cropping seasons are the Kharif, which lasts from June to October, Rabi from October to April, and Zaid from March to June. And in this state, wild boar has been declared vermin twice in the last decade. So the first objective of my study was to identify the faunal species involved in crop depredation within the region and quantify the monetary loss from the documented crop losses. And the second objective was to determine the relative abundance index of ungulate species in forested landscape and human-dominated landscape, and to analyze their spatial distribution across the region. The third objective was to investigate the temporal activity patterns of ungulate species across forested landscapes and human-dominated landscape, and assess their degree of overlap with human disturbances in human-dominated landscapes. So I have collected data from Uttarakhand Forest Department pertaining to the crop loss compensation, and for each recorded incidences, I have collected data for species involved in conflict, date of occurrence, location of occurrence, and the amount of ex gratia paid for the compensation. So we have found that between 2000 to 2024, a total of 6,672 crop depredation incidences were recorded. The animals responsible for crop raiding were elephant, wild boar, nilgai, sambar, and cheetal. Asian elephant accounted for 93%, whereas wild boar accounted for 6% of the recorded cases respectively. Nilgai, cheetal, and sambar collectively contributed to only 1% of the recorded conflict. The mean annual officially recorded incidence rate was 278 cases per year. And the reported cases for elephant damages were 15 times higher than the wild boar. For second objective, I did intensive camera trapping, and the study area was divided into 2 square kilometer grids, and the camera traps were deployed in at the center of the grids in human-dominated landscape, whereas it was deployed at the forest trails in the forested areas. As I took the data from All India Tiger Estimation 2022 cycle for forested landscape. Independent events were photos of the same species or individuals taken over 15 minutes apart, which defines the number of independent photo captures. The RI map was generated using inverse distance weighted interpolation method. In forested areas, cheetal has the highest RI value, whereas wild boar has the highest RI value in human-dominated landscape, and cheetal has the lowest RI value in human-dominated landscape, whereas nilgai has the lowest RI value in the forested landscape. So we have also calculated the RI of human disturbances in human-dominated landscape. Cheetal and sambar were mostly concentrated in the eastern parts of the landscape. Northern red muntjac and wild boar were widely distributed in the forested landscape. Nilgai has the most sporadic distribution in the forested landscape. Cheetal and sambar were predominantly present near the forest edges in human-dominated landscape, and cheetal and northern red muntjac detections were scarce in human-dominated landscape. Wild boar were widely distributed across human-dominated landscape, with a peak RAI values recorded near the forest boundaries. So Asian elephant and nilgai were not recorded in human-dominated landscape, and the number of camera traps were also very less for where the nilgai captures were recorded. Wild boar abundance were higher predominantly in locations where human disturbances were less. For temporal activity patterns of ungulates, I have the data was derived from camera trap timestamps in both the landscape. Temporal overlap between species in human-dominated and forest analyzed using overlap packages in R. So for the ungulate species in human-dominated and forested landscape, the overlap was lowest for cheetal with a D hat value of 0.28, and it was highest for the northern red muntjac with a value of 0.69. And in human-dominated landscape, the temporal overlap of ungulate species with the human disturbances was lowest for cheetal with a D hat value of 0.12, whereas it was highest for northern red muntjac with a D hat value of 0.49. To summarize my study, elephants and wild boars were the predominant contributors to the crop raiding in Dehradun Valley. Official records likely underestimate wild boar incidences. However, camera trap records their presence on 67 out of 139 days in agricultural areas, which is contrasting with only 392 reporting cases over a long stretch of 24 years. So the actual extent of crop damages caused by wild boar requires further investigation. Cheetal, Sambar and northern red munjak exhibited low RI or zero RI in case of nilgai, indicating minimal conflict levels. Except for northern red munjak, all other ungulate species showed distinct activity peaks from midnight to early mornings, suggesting behavioral adaptation to optimize resource use while avoiding human disturbances. These findings provide a basis for targeted interventions in the landscape to reduce negative human-wildlife conflict, human-wildlife interactions. With this, I would like to acknowledge following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. And I would like to invite Pooja Kumar Pradhan. Welcome, Pooja. Pooja will be talking about the impact of human disturbances and livestock grazing on the diel activities pattern of sympatric ungulates in the high altitude areas of eastern Himalayas. So, welcome.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. I am Poojan Kumar Pradhan from Wildlife Institute of India. Today I will be talking on impact of human disturbance and livestock grazing on the abundance and diel activity patterns of sympatric ungulates in the high altitude areas of eastern Himalaya. So, anthropogenic disturbance. So, anthropogenic disturbance are one of the biggest threats as for overall biodiversity. So, among them, livestock grazing and human presence are the most predominant anthropogenic disturbance. So, today I will be talking about the most predominant human disturbance, that is livestock grazing and human presence. So, 25% of the global ice free land that are used as grazing lands. So, these grazing lands expands the influence of this on the resident ungulates, not only ungulates species, but all the species are there, or on the wildlife are there. So today, I'll be talking on this. So with this background, I have two different research questions that my study is going to answer. So number one is how do the human presence and grazing intensity influence the abundance of the selected ungulate species? And second one is what is the degree of diel activity overlap between humans, cattle and ungulate. So lastly, I'll be collating both of these results and giving some of the useful inferences that can be useful for the management purposes. So this is my study area. High altitude areas of Tawang and West Kameng districts in Arunachal. This is located in the eastern Himalayas, where Arunachal Pradesh state. So this is known as Western Arunachal landscape, particularly known as a Western Arunachal landscape. So my study is only from elevation ranging from 2,400 meters to 5,000 meters. So here what you can see is most of the areas, about 99% of the areas are outside the PA, formal protected area network. And other thing is, in this area, in this particular landscape, the seasonal grazing is the most important factor that is like going on in this landscape, where the during summer season, what they do is they will pick up their livestock to the higher altitudes above 4,000 meters, and during the onset of winters, they will try to pull back their livestock in the lower elevation below 3,000 meters. So this particular cycle of livestock, actually, this influences the resident ungulate species. So we are talking about this. So my sampling approach is we used camera trapping methods. We created a 5x5 square kilometer, 5x5 kilometer grids cells, and we deployed the camera trap systematically in all the accessible grids. And we maintained the inter-camera trap distance of 500 meters. We deployed 175 camera trap locations from September 2023 to March 2025. So in the period of 1 year and 8 months. So these are my on the right there, you can see the sampling locations. These are my camera trap location all over the my study area. So here is the relative abundance index that is generated from that has been recorded from our camera traps. So what you can see here is the cattle and humans are the most abundant, most recorded records from our camera traps. So and also barking deer, Himalayan serow, Menlin serow, Himalayan goral, and wild boar. These 4 ungulate species are the most abundant species in this region. So we are trying to assess the impacts of this cattle grazing, presence of cattle and presence of humans with the 4 different species, 4 different ungulate species in the region. So for my first objective, I used the species count data as a response variable and habitat, topographic environment, and anthropogenic variables as the predictor variable. We used negative binomial GLM. We did the model selection, model validation, and what we get is, as a result of that, what we get is the influence of predictors on the response. What we get in this, like the 2 things what we get from here is the association of the response predictor variables to the response. We are only focusing on two different, we use 14 different variables, but we are only interested on the 2 different variables this time, because we use all the variables in order to maintain the model parsimony. So coming to the results, what we get is human capture and livestock capture. They are significant to the barking deer. And the mainland serow, livestock capture is significant to mainland serow, significantly influencing the mainland serow presence. Himalayan goral, livestock capture, both of them, human capture and livestock presence, both of them are significantly influencing the abundance of Himalayan goral. And nothing is like influencing the presence, the abundance of wild boar. So what we can infer from this is the barking deer and goral was negatively influenced by human presence. Goral and serow was negatively associated with livestock grazing, while barking deer was positively associated. For my second objective, what we did is we used camera trap images. We used their timestamps and camera trap images of ungulates as well as camera trap images of cattle and human. We did the overlap estimation. We used overlap package in R, and we quantify the overlap on the basis of DHAT4 estimator. And what we get in the results is degree of dial overlap. We also categorize our DHAT4 value with like 3 different categories: low, medium, and high. So here are the results. What we can see is the influence of human presence on the temporal overlap, on the dial activity of these ungulates. So what we can see here is between wild boar and human, there is the highest degree of overlap. And this is the second one where we can see is among the cattle and the livestock, cattle and the ungulates, selected ungulates. What we can see is that there is the highest overlap among wild boar. So what we get from here is the species as well as the disturbance type, human and cattle with the DHAT4 value. We get this value. So we will just conclude this value is like lower the value, lesser the value, like human and serow, you can see highlighted in red. What you can see is 0.42. The overlap is 0.42. That means the lesser amount of overlap. They are active in different period of time. And among wild boar and cattle, they are active in different highly overlap. That is. So we will use this particular data from objective 1 and objective 2 to make some sensible inferences. Let's try it out. So here is the data. What we can get is findings from this study, so that the ungulate guild in this particular landscape is a medium to high degree of temporal overlap with cattle. So at the spatial scale, goral and serow abundant areas that has the sites with high cattle abundance, with despite a strong temporal overlap, indicating spatial partitioning, and at spatial scale, barking deer is generally species showed positive association with cattle, suggesting potential competition for resources. And for human, ungulates and human, what we can infer is at a spatial scale, barking deer and goral are avoiding areas because they are negatively associated. They are avoiding the areas, and with high human presence, likely due to disturbance, indicating avoidance despite moderate temporal overlap. And serow showed clear crepuscular activity in the activity overlap, with low temporal overlap with humans, indicating temporal avoidance. So wild boar being a generalist species showed a positive spatial association, high temporal overlap with humans, showing resilience to pressure. So in conclusion, what we can say is grazing activities and this human presence certainly influences the abundance and dial activity patterns of wild ungulates in the eastern Himalayas. Wild ungulates have their own mechanism to adapt to a varying degree of different types of human disturbance, particularly temporal or spatial partitioning. Thus, we need different management and conservation interventions for different species, as different species differ in terms of their needs. So with this, I would like to acknowledge my Wildlife Institute of India and particularly the Forest Department of Arunachal Pradesh, and especially amazing people of Arunachal Pradesh, because a lot of field work has been done in this project. So, and also my IDWS responder team. Thank you very much.
Satikumar. So he will be talking about the community engagement in wildlife conservation, case Shanghai conservation in Kebul Lamjoy National Park, Manipur.
Thank you, ma'am. Ako isang Santi Kumar.
I can never pronounce the name.
Thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Santi Kumar once again. I'm from Wildlife Institute of India. My talk will be based on another dimension in Shanghai conservation. Earlier, my colleagues have already presented about different other dimensions. So I'll talk about the human dimension in Shanghai conservation. So, and regarding why we need to engage people in conservation, I believe that the gathering here have already heard a lot about why we need to engage people in conservation. So, yeah, I wouldn't go much detail into that. So, I'll just present the case of Kebul Lamjau National Park. So, the Kebul Lamjau National Park, in short, I will say KLNP. In KLNP, engaging local people in conservation remains a challenging task due to the historically centralized approach in conservation. So, with this, in our project, we have this objective to engage the local community in Shanghai conservation. So under this objective, we have conducted socioeconomic studies and people's perception studies, and we also assess the adaptive capacity of the people, and also we examine the local dependence on the park resources in order to formulate a holistic form of conservation measures that will have a benefit both the species as well as the local community. So, and again here, the landscape, my study area, I will just give a glimpse about the study area. It is the only natural home for Shanghai deer. The park does not only provide refuge to different flora and fauna, but also provide significant ecosystem services to the local communities, and also the place holds socio-cultural values. The local communities are predominantly fishing communities. Our study was primarily based on descriptive research using mixed methods. We collected data from both the household level through household surveys using a questionnaire, included both open-ended and closed-ended questions, and also we collected data from different entry points which are located along the park boundary to assess the local dependence on the park resources. So here, coming to the results, the primary occupation of the people were predominantly fishing and fish farm, mostly all related to aquaculture activities. And in terms of in terms of the housing and the basic amenities facilities, the people, most of them had access to unimproved facilities of housing and basic amenities. And in terms of education, most of the sample population were literate. However, very few of the households had family members who attained a higher level of education. And we also found that high level of livelihood diversity among the survey household. However, we found a significant income inequality among the household, which is relatively higher than the national average, and around majority of the households were marginal landholders. And in terms of local dependence on the park resources, around 60% of the households were dependent on the park in the form of fishing, fuel wood collection, fodder collection, etc., vegetable collection, and all. These resources were being collected for both commercial and subsistence purposes. And notably, out of the key plants, important plants which local people extract, eight species of these plants were the foraging plant species of for Sangai and Hogdere, which is quite concerning. And yeah, and we run GLMM to understand the factors influencing the dependence of the local people using different dependent variables, and we found six major predictor variables found to be influencing the dependence on the dependence of the local communities on the park resources, which I have presented in this table. And most of the local people generally are aware about the Sangai and their importance, and they were willing to conserve Sangai. However, they were having negative attitude if any form of conservation measures or conservation actions would infringe their right to access or use the resources in the park, and also they were apprehensive about the proposed extension of the park area. So, and about in terms of the adaptive capacity of the people, most of the households, around 45% of the households were belong to moderate adaptive capacity. And for this, under this project, we have we have carried out different activities to engage the people in form of conservation, education, and community outreach, livelihood, intervention activities, consultations, and trust building activities. Over 180 such conservation activities were carried out, involving more than 14,000 people, which we have seen both tangible and intangible outcomes. So the overall, our study have come to we underscore the need for inclusive and multi-stakeholder conservation strategies, which would reduce the local people's dependence on the park and strengthen their participation in the conservation of the species and their habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanti Kumar, for wonderful talk. We would like to invite Swastika Subedi. Is she there? Swastika? She's not there. Okay, we'll move ahead with the next speaker, Ondrial Sanyal. Yes. She will be talking about the livestock grazing and spatio-temporal resource use of Asiatic ibex in the Kishtawar High Altitude National Park, India. Welcome, Sania.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anjela Sanyal, and my topic today deals with the livestock grazing and the spatio-temporal resource use of Asiatic ibex in the Kishtwar High Altitude National Park. Kishtwar High Altitude National Park is a very unique landscape in the Kishtwar region, falls under the Greater Himalayan part, and the glaciers, cliffs and the pasturelands of this national park connects with the Pir Panjal range, Western Himalayas and also with the Trans-Himalayan zones. And this national park has a 2,191.5 square kilometers, and it's a multi-use landscape. And because of several topographic conditions, it supports a huge diversity of flora and faunal species, especially the mountain ungulates. And one of these species is the Asiatic ibex that is a near threatened species and act as an indicator species for the high altitude pasturelands due to its grazing abilities. And another factor of this landscape is the decadal nomadic pastoralism, where the livestock interact with this species mostly with the, especially in the grazing grounds. So keeping in mind these factors, the objective of this study is to understand the influence of the nomadic grazing on the resource utilization on the mountain ungulates, and also to see the patterns of the spatial and the temporal resource use and the interaction of the both. These are some of the pictures from our field survey, and we did camera trapping in 2x2 grids from May 2022 to December 2023. Independent detections we have defined using specific thresholds. We have done repeated visits so that we can collect the data for both the grazing and the non-grazing seasons, and for the analysis we extracted covariates at both the grid centroid level and the camera point level, and all the covariates are listed below. The total sampling effort is 6,693 trap nights, and this is the primary plot we have done with all the data we have collected. And through this plot, we have seen that ibex detections concentrated in the rugged and high elevation grids, but in the next slide we will go into the detail of this. So this is a plot where the top 20 grids were placed based on the seasonal capture rates of ibex and livestock. As you can see, the T18 grid, both ibex and the livestock are co-occurring in summer, which is a very important point to note. And because of this, we have done the negative binomial models for the ibex event counts, and analysis done for both the grazing and the non-grazing season. And this indicated that livestock activity significantly influenced the ibex activity during the grazing season. And these are the activity pattern, and the model showed that livestock presence influences the ibex activity patterns and shows strong temporal overlap, especially in the grazing seasons. And we have also done the resource selection function using the logistic regression, and this also confirmed the GLM patterns and also gave us a result that elevation and the slope were consistent positive predictors of the ibex presence. And for all of this, we have also done a predicted suitability modeling for the based on the ibex presence points for the whole national park. And we have found that only 180.37 square kilometer from 2,191.5 square kilometer highly suitable area for the ibexes. The summary of the finding is that together all the models and the statistical analysis we have done, it shows that ibex do not temporarily avoid livestock but are spatially displaced, particularly in the non-grazing season when competition for prime pastures is the strongest, and elevation obviously is the strongest predictor here. And although the overlap is high, ibex temporarily shift activity to avoid peak livestock presence, reflecting the fine scale avoidance behavior. And these are some management strategies we delineate from our study, and from this high ibex activity fragment can be managed through academic studies. And with this I would like to end my presentation and acknowledge the following groups. Thank you so much.
The last talk of this session, I would like to invite Wasim Akram. Wasim Akram. So is he absent?
Talk is left. Swastika. Swastika.
So, Mr. So the Umar's name is not here in the list. Umar Said's name is not there in the list. Okay, okay. So Umar, you can come, please. Come on, Umar. So, welcome Umar, but we do not know because of some confusion your topic is not listed here. I'm sorry for that. So, you have to introduce your topic as well as...
Okay, ma'am.
We got this new one.
Let's go ahead.
So, welcome Umar. From now onwards, you have 5 times. I'm sorry for all the confusion.
Okay, ma'am, no problem. Thank you.
You introduce your topic as well.
Okay, ma'am.
Umar Said.
Back कैसे होता है?
So, Umar will be talking about the from grassland to forest, a century of change in deer habitat in Kaziranga Tiger Reserve, Assam. So, welcome Umar.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is all yours. Only for 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Umar Said from Wildlife Institute of India. Today, I will be presenting on from grasslands to forests, a century of change in deer habitats in Kaziranga Tiger Reserve, Assam. Kaziranga Tiger Reserve, situated in ecologically sensitive Brahmaputra floodplain in Assam. It covers approximately 985 square kilometer area and supports diverse ecosystems such as grasslands, wetlands, forests, shaped by annual flooding. It harbors important cervid populations, particularly hog deer, swamp deer, and sambar. However, these deer faces multiple threats due to habitat changes. In Kaziranga, deer survival is primarily threatened by 3 major issues: grassland loss, fragmentation in floods, climate variability. This is the map of study area. To understand how climate is influencing
land use, land cover changes and deer habitats in Kaziranga. We collected climate data from 6 weather stations around Kaziranga. The studies have 3 main objectives. First is to assess long-term change in land cover, such as grasslands, forests, water bodies. Second is to evaluate climate trends in temperature, rainfall and humidity. And third is to correlate these changes in deer habitats. Our methodology involves both GIS and and climate data analysis. We collected topographical sheets and satellite images from 1913 to 2023 and climate data from 1981 to 2022 as available. Pre-processing involved geometrical and radiometric corrections followed by land use land cover classification. We used thin cell, slope and Mann-Kendall train test to evaluate climatic trends. In addition, we also assessed accuracy to see our classification is accurate or not. Coming to the results, land cover shows significant trends in 1913. Kaziranga is mostly dominated by grasslands, approximately 70%. By 1960, grassland declined by 36%, and water body increased to 46%. By 2013, water bodies peaked to nearly 60%, whereas grasslands declined drastically to just 26%. In 2018, grasslands already declined substantially, and whereas forests were increasing and water bodies were decreasing as compared to earlier decades. In 2023, these trends become even more prominent. To assess these changes are not due to the classification error. We validated our 2023 LULC map by an accuracy assessment test. The overall accuracy was 0.91 and kappa coefficient was 87%, suggesting that our our classification is highly significant. These maps shows the land use land cover of Kaziranga from 1913 to 2023. This graphical representation illustrates that forest increased by 229 square kilometer due to natural regenerations. Grassland decreased by 318 square kilometers. Water bodies expand by 317 square kilometer by 2013 and then contracted by 139 square kilometer. Climate analysis shows significant trends. Maximum temperature decreased from 37.5 degree to 36 degrees centigrade. Minimum temperature increases from 6 to 8 degrees centigrade. Relative humidity, rainfall, and soil moisture all show significant increase. These figures shows the long-term climate trend in Kaziranga. This figure shows the correlation between land use land cover classes with climate variables. Agriculture and forest shows highest association with rainfall. Deer population data gathered from various sources revealed that Samba population have stabilized, whereas hog deer population shows sharp rise in 70s and 80s and declined drastically in 1998. Swamp deer population shows a steady increase since 2007. To conclude, grassland loss is primarily threat by grassland loss is the primary threat to service populations, particularly hog deer and swamp deer. Climate shifts are accelerating habitat transformation, favoring woody succession at the expense of grasslands. Getting forward, we recommended grassland management, implement of control burning and removal of woody vegetations, as well as invasive species control. For climate resilience, create habitat corridor and refugia to support their movement during extreme events. Long-term monitoring of deer population as indicator of ecosystem health. With this, I would like to acknowledge the following. Thank you.
So questions. So all the speakers can come on the dais. All the speakers can come on the dais, please.
I just focused on grassland species.
So Dr. Rajit Singh has one question.
See, I think what we'll do is that let us. Okay, so but we'll have to certainly limit by time because we are several, almost 45, more than that. I would suggest that let us just take about 3 or 4 questions, sir, so that we can certainly, conclude within 10 minutes and go on. Yeah. So
any question?
let her moderate the questions. Yes.
Any question you want? Okay.
So there are. Okay. So 4. Yeah. So 4 questions we can see. I will start from there.
So Hussain, yeah.
Question for hello.
Whom you are addressing the question, Hussain?
Our co-chair and also both guys are
Please ask only one question.
Please. Thank you very much. Anyway, I mean, the conflict number of cases are so high here. I mean, I know from the bears also, but the wolf cases are also high. And also, there are some rumors about the wolves lifting childs from the forest or something like that. Are they rumors are true? And the second one, what is the best strategy to prevent high number of this kind of conflicts in India? I mean, what is the best preventive strategy working in the field? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say that regarding the conflict animals in the Kashmir landscape, which I was having a talk on, we have 2 major problematic animals. That is, one is the Asiatic black bear, and the second one is the common leopard. And we have very few cases of wolf predating on the child lifting. Cases, very few of them, but majorly here in the Kashmir landscape, 95% cases are which are involved in human injuries or property damages. They are the Asiatic black bear and the common leopard. So the strategy to handle with this is, especially with the Department of Wildlife Protection, we have short-term measures, we have also some long-term initiatives. We focus on awareness level, because awareness and giving the fringe communities a set of advisories, what to do and what not to do, especially when they are in close contact with the animals, like leopards are active in the dawn and the dusk periods. That time it's very, these small children, like up to the age of 6 or 7, they are very vulnerable to such attacks. The child lifting happens that time. So what we advise the local community is that just, okay. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Next one, Sir. Sir.
नहीं मेरा let the others do it.
Yeah.
अब मेरा जो है अगर you when you are winding up and you making this comment, I can make some comments and say कि ये and that taken and so they like that broke them out.
Next one. You. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a question to Aslam. Well, thank you very much for your talk. It was great.
Thank you, sir.
Just wondered how many individuals you had in each of these places, and especially where they were habituated. Is it a big group or is it only one group? How is it?
No, sir. We are this Nilgiri tour is not like strictly group based, but they come and hang around. There are like multiple groups are there. There are like 80 individuals who are like always present, and there are other individuals from other group also coming and joining. And whoever are in the tourism area, they are found to be coming close to the people and have lost the fear. It's maybe most of like a landscape of fear thing. In tourism area, there is no much fear from any of the individuals, like adult, male, female, and even though there are a few individuals come only once in 45 days or something, but still they are also hanging around without much issue. So, but in interior, in the core area, whoever, whatever the gender or age or anything, they are like running away, have a sight response at around 100 meters. So, yes, sir. So,
thank you.
Yes.
Hello again. My question is to Mr. Pujan. Fantastic presentation, fantastic work. Two tiny questions mostly. First of all, your landscape was Western Arunachal. Can you tell me the approximate size of your study area, not the landscape area, but the study area, the areas where you placed your camera traps?
Actually, it was, you mean the area, you mean?
The sampling area, yes.
Sampling area. Yeah, actually, my high altitude, I'm only working for high altitude. That is around 20,000 square kilometer.
20,000 across the entire area, okay. And in your study area, how do you account for sampling bias and placement methodology? Because with your aim, sampling bias can greatly affect your results, either positively or negatively. How are you accounting for that?
Actually, I have divided the grids. So from that way, I have tried to place the camera trap systematically. So not only the, actually I have shown the study area. Actually, what I did was I have divided the study area into three different like temporal, three different zones. Temporal zone, then subalpine, then alpine. Actually, I divided the camera traps accordingly. I try to divide equal number of camera traps in three different zones. Subalpine, alpine zone, temperate zone, and alpine zone. So it was like that.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is for Umar. So I think it is a very nice idea that you use topo sheets to see what had happened in 1913. My only question regarding that is, how do you ensure accuracy when you convert your topo sheet into a GIS raster layer?
So it is basically we digitize it, and accuracy was assessed based on the latest LULC classes.
But see, that's the question. If you are assessing it with present day data, how are you validating using present day data using 1930?
Actually, 1930 data was very robust, and to इसको accuracy करने के लिए
that I get. वो सही. नहीं, that is fine because topo sheet is already classified. वो तो है. But my question is, when you are converting it into a raster layer, when you convert those into pixels, there is some loss, usually some loss. So how do you ensure that loss is minimal?
By इसको हमने मतलब basically किया है ना, ये visual मैनुअली कि कितना पॉसिबल हो सकता है कि इसमें मिनिमम एरर आए।
ओके,
क्लासिफिकेशन होते हैं
मतलब GIS में जो डिजिटाइजेशन वाला। थैंक यू।
I think we can close now, and we have three interesting online presentations. So over to Dr. Azus, please.
Thank you, sir. So we have three online presentations. One from William Maxia from Smithsonian Institute, and second is from Dr. Budan, and third is from Dr. Dollard. So I would like to invite Dr. Maxia. Budan? Okay. So I would like to invite Dr. Budan, and he will be talking about the Scimitar horn oryx. So welcome, Mr. Budan. Dr. Budan, welcome.
Hello everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers for inviting the conference. I would love to be there in person and to interact with all of you, but unfortunately that's not being possible. This conference is being focused on coming up with the conservation program and the recovery and the reintroduction program for the depleted Hangul. Reminds me of another species that the Smithsonian and other partners have been working on for several decades. This is the scimitar horn oryx, which was declared as extinct in the wild, and now is considered a conservation success story. The key piece to this is to integrate not just the efforts that are being done in the wild, but also how ex situ or zoo collections or conservation breeding program collections contribute to these kinds of large international efforts to save the species. The scimitar oryx is related to the Arabian oryx and also the East African oryx. The classic observation of a characteristic is the scimitar shape, the curved horns that this animal possesses, which makes it an easy target or a sought after target for hunters for their collections to be mounted on the wall. The species actually lives in mixed sex herds, and the group size varies based on season and also the availability of food, but they are highly adapted to arid land ecosystems. As this map shows, the original distribution of the scimitar oryx in North Africa, the semi-arid flat grasslands in the Sahara Desert, they consume animals and perennial grasses, and they also are known to move from one location to another, so they are migratory in nature, so they cross country boundaries, so that any kind of management plan or protection plan needs to consider cross-boundary protection as well. This slide shows a synopsis of what happened to the species. In the early 1900s, the species was fairly abundant in the landscape, but over a period of time, systematically, these animals have been decimated for either for their form, for their skin, and also for the meat. And in the late 1990s, the species was officially declared extinct. In parallel, people have been very interested in maintaining these animals in zoos. So when we look at the ex situ population of scimitar oryx, the global population was founded in the 1960s with fewer than 100 animals that were derived from the wild population. Currently, there are about 315,000 animals that are in managed care, and the North American population is derived from about 30 wild-caught farmers. The current North American population is about 230 animals, with about 69 males and 161 females, which are being managed in about 16 AZA institutions. But the most fascinating and interesting part is that there are over 10,000 of these animals in private lands on ranches in Texas, which is legal in the United States. When it comes to managing this animal, there are two different systems. Either you have a small herd system with a small population in a zoo where you may have a male and a couple of females. But there are also a number of institutions that have the capacity to maintain larger groups of these animals, where there could be 15 or 20 females in a single sex herd. And then at the time of breeding, we would introduce a single male of choice to maintain genetic diversity, and thereby know exactly the parentage of each and every cat that's being produced. The key piece to this management system is to identify each and every animal as soon as it can. So typically, we would earmark these animals within 24 to 48 hours from birth. And two, we also implant a transponder so there is a permanent marking of these animals. So this graph on the left shows what the AZA, Association of Zoos and Aquarium Population, has looked like or looks like from the 1960s to 2022. Black represents the total number of animals, the magenta color is the female, and then blue represents the male. You can see there's been a huge fluctuation in the population size. In the early 90s, and the numbers went up significantly, but now they've kind of stabilized at that 200 plus animals. So the target for the SSP, the Species Survival Plan, is to maintain about 250 animals in these institutions. This kind of management also requires a decent amount of animal movements in and out of these collections. As you can see on the right side, a good number of animals are constantly being transferred out of SSP to the online as well. Animals that live this population is maintained. The key piece of these management strategies is to basically need all you're trying to do is to minimize the so that they maintain the genetics of their While we're engaged in these kinds of management practices, the animals in our care also serve as an outstanding research resource, whereas we want to study as much as possible about these animals so that if and when it is necessary, we are able to use the information to help the species recover. So recently we reported on a chromosome level genome for this particular species. Now what's the advantage of it? Now using this tool, you can look at or analyze any population, known or unknown population, to estimate the levels of heterozygosity and the relatedness of those individuals in the population. So it's a powerful tool to go in and to recalibrate the pedigrees or to generate pedigrees for individual animals. This is also a nice tool that's available to look at the general impact of breeding in these management systems. As the graph here shows, when you look at managed populations where every breeding is very carefully managed, we can look at the runs of homozygosity. These are basically stretches of DNA that are homozygous among different individuals. When you look at it in a managed population, it's a relatively small proportion of the DNA that shows that kind of percentage. But when the population is poorly managed, where there is a high incidence of inbreeding, you find that a higher proportion of the genome will have these signatures of inbreeding, where they are homozygous among multiple individuals. We also develop assist-related technologies, so we have methodologies developed to collect semen, undergo anesthesia from these animals. We also have established the methodologies to preserve the material, and the samples have been frozen, stored in our biorepository. With respect to females, we have developed non-invasive. In this case, we are collecting fecal samples to look at hormone metabolites. And the idea behind that is to look at what are the females reproductive, seasonal, and what is the pregnancy profile, or can you even detect pregnancy in some of these animals when you need it for management purposes. Using this information, we have proposed on successful birth of animals, cats, by artificial insemination using both flash as well as frozen transfer. So it's a very powerful tool to have when you're setting up these kinds of species recovery programs or reproduction efforts for any part of the species. This video shows how we manage our collection animals, especially how these animals are managed for facilitating research and artificial insemination. So here's an image of the barn inside where we have built a lot of these chute systems where we can safely transfer the animals from one side of the building to another, and also not having to be in the same space as the animal for safety both for the animal as well as the handlers. And when we, at any given day, when we want the handler, then we open some doors, and here you can see an animal walk through the chute system, and the door behind shuts, so it can go in one direction, and it comes into a hydraulic restraint device. The idea here is to capture the animal, hold on either side, lift them off the ground so that they assist, that they are unable to move anymore. We are able to do a fair amount of medical intervention. You can see that being drawn, very common animal. We also be able to use this particular management system for artificially inseminating females. And the big difference from 2000 study to now, what we're doing is, in 2000, these animals were anesthetized to do artificial insemination. Here, the animal is unanesthetized, and you can see a little bit of struggle that the animal will fight, be from trying to inseminate her. But it literally takes anywhere from 2 to 4 minutes from the time you catch the animal in the stream to artificially inseminate and then let the animal go. So there's really no waiting time. We are completely eliminated the risk of anesthesia, and someone could lose an animal under anesthesia. And this is a very quick procedure, and we're also minimizing the amount of stress that the animals will have to go through. So using this methodology, we have produced a few tests in this species, and we feel fairly confident that we can reproduce these results when necessary. To summarize the efforts that have gone into it, in 2018, we assimilated 8 females, and we got 1 pregnancy. And in 2020, we modified the protocol slightly, increase the number of sperm that we use for artificial insemination, which was again a vaginal insemination, and we ended up with 2 pregnancies in this effort. So when you look at the percentage of pregnancy, it's about 12.5 in 2018 and 20% in 2050. The big difference is when you look at the number of animals that responded to the synchronization protocol. Only 5 out of the 10 in 2020 responded to the synchronization protocol, and out of the 5, 2 got pregnant, which in fact translates to 40% pregnancy rates, which is significantly higher for any animal species. Another key piece was the durations, how long the sperm was stored. 2018, the sperm was stored for 9 years in our bank, and in 2020, we used the samples that were banked 13 and 50 years prior. So it's an extremely opportune for genetic potential. While all of this effort is going on, a group of people also got together to discuss, is it even feasible to reintroduce the species next native range? So those discussions started early in the 2000s as an informal group that turned out to be eventually transferred into a larger group that was spearheaded by the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi and a number of other organizations. Most of the initial work was focused on stakeholder identification and whether the range needs were interest-ready, what were the obstacles for range reduction effort, what are the knowledge gaps about the landscape that we needed to know before we put the animals in, and how do you even evaluate or measure success. So the timeline shows the number of meetings that happened. And then what is the source of the animals? This is where exceeded populations once again come to be very important. In the absence of an exceeded collection, the species goes extinct in the wild. It is guaranteed that that species is going to be lost. But when you have insurance collections managed, they do provide a way of hope. You can treat those animals and make them available for introduction. So as I mentioned before, we know there are 15,000 to 20,000 animals globally in managed care. And over 10,000 animals in Texas ranches alone. These are in private ranches. And the UAE has over 4,000 animals for suitors in their collection. And the next work was to identify the suitable habitat or the site for the lead. So the RD9 on the 15 was identified as a site, see a blue circle in the map at the top, and the designation was really based on the ecosystem and the landscape features that included the rainfall, vegetation, the absence of hunting. All of those were taken into consideration before efforts were made to put those animals back in that space. An effort like this also takes a lot of people and a lot of resources. So the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi was a key player that financially supported this program, provided people, animals, and personnel to assist with the introduction effort. The government of Chad provided law enforcement and wildlife protection, and also managed the reserve. Sahara Conservation, which is a non-profit entity, was licensed to operate in Chad and to lead this effort for bringing everybody together to facilitate the reintroduction. So from 2013 to 2016, the initial effort was to build a base camp where these people could work, stay and work. And on the right side, you see, next to the base camp, large fenced areas were built so that the animals could be released there, allow them to habituate before the gates were opened for full instruction. This is the video of the first release that happened in 2016, one of the most exciting days for most people in conservation. Me, I was delighted to see this happen, where animals were transported and released back in the landscape where these animals went extinct in the late 90s. So it's now seen as a model for a future conservation effort and reintroduction effort as well. So this gives you the timeline of the overall reintroduction program and efforts starting in 2016 all the way to 2024 December. 12 releases have happened periodically, and every animal that is being released is rated with GPS collars so that we have longitudinal data on each and every animal. You can see here the collars that we used, and the collars also have numbers, so people are able to visually identify and confirm what's happening to these animals in the field at any given time. So, to summarize some of the work that's been done so far, about 263 founder animals have been released in the wild. Over 70% of the founder animals, the released animals, have survived. We have over 5 million call locations that have been collected from all these animals and over 15,000 field observations. Over 400 calves have been born in the wild. About 85% of the calves have survived, and over 85% of the females that have been released have also produced one or more calves. So the current numbers are over 380 adult animals that are in the wild, in the landscape, and over 500 calves that are born in the wild. So this is an outstanding conservation program and reintroduction effort that is likely, very likely, to ensure that the species is going to survive long into the future in its native range. Where do we want to interface some of the research that we've done? We are very interested in applying and integrating the artificial insemination technologies that we developed for the species with the reintroduction effort. So in places like the UAE and Czech, animals are constantly or regularly being manipulated or handled with mechanical restraints, similar to the systems that we have in our facility. So we are hoping that we could artificially inseminate these females before they are released, so that you can get new founder genes into the population. So rather than move live animals, which may take $15,000 to $20,000 for the individual animal, we could potentially take hundreds of samples from over 50 or 100 individual animals, genetically valuable animals in this world, and for a fraction of the cost, and artificially inseminate females to get some new genetics and the interaction with birth. To conclude, Silicon Earth is a great example of conservation effort and conservation success. Ex-situ populations play such a critical role in any recovery program or species interaction efforts. Good management practices are so key critical for success of these programs. That includes IDing these animals and maintaining single-sex birds so that minimizing inbreeding. Layering use of advanced tools like genomics would also help you to manage these populations and also come up with worldwide or better population management. Artificial insemination can also be a powerful tool for species recovery efforts. Frozen sperm could facilitate not only the preservation of the fauna genetics, but also reduce the animal transport costs, the risk for these animals, and help promote genetic management. I truly believe a very integrated effort on the Hangul could be a very successful and fruitful effort for everyone involved, because you need to establish a sustainable population in human care. You need to be able to produce enough animals to release them, and you also want to be able to preserve or protect the animals that are in the landscape right now, so that you have a good number of animals that are going to be surviving in the wild for decades to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Budan, for the wonderful story, successful program about the Shimitar horn oryx. We thoroughly enjoyed your talk. So we'll be having the question answer session after the two more talks. Thank you very much. So the next speaker, actions on I would like to invite.
Is Maxwell online?
Yes, ma'am. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I'm Bill McShay from Smithsonian Institution, and I'm honored to be given this opportunity to talk to you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but hopefully this whole process will work. I'm going to talk today about deer, Asian deer specifically, and a lot of what I'm saying is based on a recent book that came out, Deer of the World, published just this year. In that book, I have two chapters, one on Ellis deer and one on the conservation of deer in South America and Asia. So I'm going to talk generally about the conservation of deer, but I'm going to talk also, focus in on Ellis deer, something that I know something about. So these are the Asian species of deer. There's about 37 species of deer, and they range throughout Asia. We should start out by saying that even though we have conservation issues, there's been very few extinctions of deer in Asia. There's only two species that went extinct in the last 100 years, Schomburgk's deer and pure David deer. And the pure David deer have been reintroduced again around Shanghai, so really there's only been one extinction in the last 100 years, which is a relatively good story. We also have to deal with the fact that for a lot of those species, we don't know their conservation status. Mostly this is the muntjacs, that the muntjac species are just so diverse and so secretive and all in forested habitat, and we don't know how to rank those animals, and that is an issue for Asia. But we also do have species that are not really of concern as far as conservation goes. Chital or axis deer would be an example in India of such a species. We also have sika deer and some of the muntjacs that are doing relatively well. Probably what our focus is on is deer that are endangered, critically endangered, and there are quite a few of those in the area, including Hangul, Ellis deer, hog deer, and a number of the muntjac or island deer in the Pacific Ocean. If you take those 27 species of Asian deer and you separate them out, just drop them into categories of tropics or temperate grassland or forest, small or large size. I can also place a score on them based on their endangerment species level. With the higher the score, the higher their endangerment. So critically endangered are higher than vulnerable and threatened, which are higher than least concern. And if I do that and give them a mean score, you can see that tropical deer are more endangered than temperate deer, grassland more than forest, large deer more endangered than small. So if we're going to start with something first, we want to start with large tropical deer in grasslands. That's where a lot of our issues are right now. If we look at habitat land use across Asia, we have difficulty identifying grasslands. They usually don't come up in these classifications. This one is showing that all the grassland is up on the Tibetan Plateau. When in reality, we know there's a lot of grassland in India, South Asia, Southeast Asia. A lot of that, though, is covered within the forests. So we have forest savannas. A lot of the broadleaf deciduous tree cover or the needle-leaf deciduous tree cover is, in fact, some sort of woodland savanna. Woodland savannas look like this. These are two examples here, dry dipterocarp and dry pine forest. They have a relatively open canopy, grassland understory, well-drained soils, usually monsoon rains and fire. Monsoon rains, which are prevalent throughout most of South and Southeast Asia, you have 3, 5 months of essentially no rain over that period. And that sets up a cycle within these forests that is relatively important. These dry forests, these savanna forests have a low tree diversity, annual fires, grassland understory, and it's a relatively open ground because the down trees are usually burned up in the fires. This is important for ungulates that they're able to easily move through this habitat and escape predators. Fire, as I said, was an important part of this. All these forests are frequent fires once, twice a year, 2, 3 times a year. It's usually either natural from lightning strikes or from people. The unique feature is that following these fires, there's usually a grass resprout. So the fires happen after the grass goes dormant, the grasses are burned off, and there's a resprout of the grass in the absence of rain. That's very important for both the wildlife and the local villagers. So this is a normal cycle here. You have your dormant grass in the late end of the year, then followed by a period of fire, February, March. You get the resprout of grass for both the livestock and the wildlife, and you have a summer period during the monsoons when everything is green and lush. This is important, as I said, for wildlife. A lot of our wildlife, here I'm showing banteng, elephants, and gaur that all depend on that grass or shrub cover. Select bears just there for fun. But these are also systems that have big predators, and these predators may not always be present at this point in time, but ecologically, historically, they were present in all these systems and were important components in the community. If we look at our troubled deer, as again, these are all large deer, and Schomburg's is already extinct. Hog deer is not really large, but they do go down as endangered at this point in time. We can make a table of the attributes of these deer. I think one thing is if you look at the diet, grass as part of that diet for all of these species, and to a lesser extent browse. An important feature, I think, for these communities is that these deer go over a size range, and that's important for the predators. Predators need to be able to prey on deer throughout their life cycle. So young tigers, young leopards need a smaller ungulate as a prey species. They can't just start out on gaur and banteng. So when we start losing species from these ecosystems, it's less able to support predator populations. If I show you maps of some of these species, we have a suite of species that are all pretty much riparian dependent species. Barracinga, hog deer, Schomburg's deer was that case, where they're usually associated with the wetlands and the grasslands that are more associated with either major rivers or drainage areas, as opposed to things like Elk's deer and Chittle, which are more upland dry forests. They are not dependent on rivers for the most part, although they are dependent on, to some extent, on surface water. I should point out the unusuals. We also then have Sambar and Hangul, and it's unusual that they're both very similar body size and diets and such, but Sambar is one of the most widespread species in Asia, and Hangul is one of the least abundant species in Asia. And why that is, I really don't know. I think part of it is that we overestimate the abundance of sandbar and the distribution of sandbar. In that map there, probably most of that area has no sandbar in it. And we just have such a poor ability to look at the distribution of these species. We don't realize how rare it is. I don't know of any place that has abundant sandbar deer. Lastly, it could be that Hangul are actually, they are derived from red deer. They would be on the edge of the red deer distribution, and most species are less abundant along their edge, and sandbar, same thing may be with them. They're less abundant on the edges of their range. So let's focus in on Elf deer. I know a lot about elf deer from studies throughout Southeast Asia. Their problems are the same as almost all the deer: habitat loss and poaching. Their diet is, as explained before, mostly grasses, some forbs. For trees, they're only eating the fruits off of those trees. Other than that, they do not browse on the trees. They do like crops, and they're able to exist with people because everything that people grow are edible to these deer, and it creates a period of human-wildlife conflict when those crops are ripening. So we have a cycle in these forests. That cycle is fire, produces grasses, and the deer rely on those grasses. This whole system is broken up under two conditions. One is a lot of that fire is driven not just by the grass, but by the leaves from those derived forest trees. They're highly flammable, and during the dry season, they easily catch on fire, and they create a hotter fire that results in more of a regeneration of grasses than the absence of those trees. So when we lose those trees, that forest gets degraded due to timber extraction. You don't get the heavy fire, and you don't get the grass regeneration. Secondly, cattle grazing. Cattle are eating the same thing as elk deer, then as the density of the cattle builds up, the density of the elk deer goes down. There's direct competition between those two species. So we can look at elk deer and find, we can look at Myanmar, where we first worked, and we can look at the attributes of the dry forest there and try to find that same attributes throughout Southeast Asia. And we have a remote sensing and a GIS product. These red areas are all forest patches that meet the criteria that's similar to what we worked on in Myanmar. And you can see there's a lot of patches in Myanmar, a lot of patches in Cambodia, and a scattering of patches in other countries. Would say less than 8% of these patches that we examined are actually occupied by deer. So there is suitable habitat, just most of it is empty. If we look around Southeast Asia at suitable habitat that does contain deer, you can see the role of the open forest savanna on the presence of those deer. That was Cambodia. This is Laos, another Cambodia area. This is eastern Cambodia. We found no populations in the absence of surface water during the height of the dry season. If that habitat cannot maintain surface water, or if the surface water is denied to the wildlife, then we generally lost out the deer. No populations were found in habitats where fire was not occurring. Fire seems to be an essential element for regenerating that grass. That comes out to be a problem in a place like Thailand, where they have a heavy fire prevention program. They consider fire to be against any conservation or wildlife management. And the result is, this is in a park in Thailand, we were able to convince the management to do limited controlled burns, but the management changed and the controlled burns stopped. So what you end up at that park is you end up with a lot of areas that should have grass understories, but instead understories dominated by vines, shrubs, and bamboo, and as a result, they have no deer. So I've been focusing on habitat as being important for these deer, but you also have to make the point of protection being important. And there are three types of protection that I think are important for these animals. First is formal protection, patrolling, guards, arresting poachers, prohibiting the influx of dogs into these reserves. I think all of that is a role for government to do. And the problem there, if you look at, this is our map from before of elk deer, potential elk deer habitat. This is a map of the protected areas in the region, and there's almost no overlap between the two. We don't currently have a protected area system, at least in Southeast Asia, that works for these animals. We need to recognize the importance of dry forest, of these open forests with grassland understories. and start protecting them. Major predators. I think there's a role for major predators in this system. It's no accident that the largest densities of deer in Asia are in tiger reserves. That those reserves and reserves with apex predators tend to have larger ungulate populations. And I think this is the reason. If you have a patch of forest and it's the absence of predators, you get this influx of dogs and human and livestock, which all interfere with the ecology of these deer. Whereas once you add predators, apex predators into that system, there's almost no penetration in that forest. Yes, there are other human-wildlife conflicts that come about because of these apex predators, but as far as the deer are concerned, they are 24/7 protecting those animals from livestock and domestic dogs. Lastly, in religion, I think we underutilize the value of religion or traditional practices around these reserves and protected areas. I work primarily in Southeast Asia, where we're talking about Buddhism, but I think this holds for a lot of cultures and a lot of reasons. The reason is because what we care about are conservation behaviors, behaviors that benefit habitat and benefit wildlife. That's what makes biodiversity. I don't care how we get to proper behaviors. We can get there through education and outreach and making sure everybody goes to high school and everybody has education training, ecological training, or we can get there through traditional knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, that traditional practices also entail ecological knowledge that shapes the attitudes shapes behavior, and that shapes the biodiversity. So we work in Tibet to look at this, and we took villages and we ranked them on the degree of traditional practices they had, and then how much conservation behaviors did they practice? Did they not poach animals? Did they not cut down forests? How did their behaviors reflect their traditional practices? And we have a strong correlation so that when we're up with high traditional practices, we have good conservation behaviors. So attitudes and behaviors shape biodiversity, because when we look at the bird populations in those regions, the bird, as the traditional practice index goes up, the diversity and the number of bird species goes up, so that there's a direct correlation between bird diversity and the traditional practices of these areas. So I think we need to take advantage of what's happening, what's there, take advantage of the cultures and the traditional knowledge that's there in addition to the other factors. So we need to patrolling, the reinfection of carnivores if they're apex carnivores are missing, and the use of traditional cultures and knowledge. All those things have to be brought together. We really want to conserve deer across this landscape. So that's all I have time for, and thank you again for letting me talk, and I'm available to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxia. It was really interesting talk. We would have enjoyed if you could have come here and given the presentation personally. So thank you very much. So the last and the next talk is lined up, and that is about the successful service management for conservation research and breeding from theme 5. The talk is by Dr. Dolores Reed. It is again online presentation.
Hello, my name is Dolores Reed, and I'm a supervisory biologist at the Smithsonian's National Zoo Conservation Biology Institute. I have worked here for many years and have been the North American population manager of Ellis deer for over the last 10 years. I have worked with Ellis deer for over 30 years, most of that time as a keeper. I'm going to talk today about the intensive management of a flighty cervid species. Ellis deer, otherwise known as Bucerus pelvicomen or Burmese brown antler deer, are an endangered species indigenous to Southeast Asia. This subspecies is native mostly to Myanmar and with some introduced populations in Thailand. Today, Ellis deer occur in a number of protected areas throughout their former range. Ellis deer population declines can be attributed to habitat loss and hunting. The antlers are used in black markets and they're eaten for bush meat. Most of the animals currently held in captivity outside of range countries came from individuals caught in Myanmar in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The current status of El's deer in the U.S. is comprised of 15 males and 29 females managed in 3 institutions. Smithsonian's NCCBI, or National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute, bird, is comprised of 7 males and 13 females. The center has had 197 offspring raised at this facility. Our ongoing efforts are for breeding, focusing on maintaining genetic diversity while avoiding inbreeding. Most of what we've done here with the elk deer is some pretty intensive research. During these past 50 years, NCCBI has developed husbandry and animal management practices that allow for safe handling and extensive research of this species. These efforts have enabled the production of multiple live offspring via artificial insemination and a single fawn via in vitro and embryo transfer in collaboration with our colleagues in Thailand. To make all the research possible, special facilities were developed. Here is an aerial photo of those facilities, those holding facilities. They consist of 2 barns. The first one here in the center of the photo is Ravenna's barn, and down here on the lower right is the Ravenna's annex. The complex is surrounded by a secondary containment fence to keep the native deer and predators out and to ensure the elk deer are not able to have any contact with the native deer through a fence. So this entire outside area is covered. This is a sort of schematic of a different angle of the barn, showing all of the various holding yards that are associated with it. The sexes of deer are separated to avoid undue aggression between males and females. And Ravenna's barn in the center is also housing other animals like scimitar horned oryx, tufted deer, and occasionally equines. This is the barn that handles most of the males. The annex barn holds exclusively females. The barns are connected to each other by a chute system, seen here with the arrow, that goes between the 2 barns, and the chute system also goes around the entire Ravenna's barn complex itself, encompassing the whole barns and attaching in various areas to the other holding yards. So in actuality, I could take a male from this area around to one of these yards up here, or all the way around to the other side of the barn, or bring him in the opposite direction and take him to the females for, say, a breeding encounter or something along those lines. There are 16 areas of various sizes adjacent to the barns for animal holding. Some of them are as large as 4 or 5 acres back here, and some are as small as just this little triangle here, which is less than 1/4 of an acre. All the deer are held in areas nearer to the barns in the winter months to avoid predation and ensure that they have shelter access at all times. The first barn I'm going to talk about is the Ravenna's barn annex. This is a female holding space. The barn consists of 20 stalls, 10 on either side of a central byway, and around the interior of those stalls, along the exterior walls, is a chute system. In that chute system is a scale, and then a keeper area and an office area and a hay storage area, as well as a bathroom with hot running water. Increasingly larger holding yards are associated around the outside of the barn. The stalls are 8 by 8 in size, and each one has a door on the back side that opens into the chute in both directions, so you can send an animal out into the chute in either direction. And in this photo down here in the center are 2 stalls. In the one on the right, the door is actually open into the chute. The partition wall, one of the walls in each one of the stalls, is removable to make a double stall. So these stalls would actually be connected here through the middle. These are usually reserved for the mothers and fawns, or for 2 or 3 adults at a time if needed. The center of the barn is an open area where the animals can freely mingle. This is usually reserved for the herd, as seen in this photo here. The lower photo is from the view of the keeper area into the center area. So these doors on either side here will be slid over this opening to finish the shoot. And this photo up here is the scale itself with 2 5-month-old fawns standing on the scale. And in the lower left side is a photo down the length of the chute on the back side of one side of the stalls. The females are given pasture access in the larger pastures from April through November, and they're confined to the barn and smaller holding yards December through March. This is to aid in predator mitigation. The females be habituated to separation from the herd and are confined in individual stalls a week or more prior to anticipated birth of a fawn. After birth, at 24 to 36 hours of age, a neonate exam and veterinary treatments are performed. Weights are obtained, blood is drawn on the fawn to check for nursing and confirm nursing. Ear tags and microchips are placed for identification. The ear tags are a visual identification for the keeper staff, and the microchips are a secondary permanent identification should an ear tag be lost. This is extremely important for genetic management of the herd so that every animal can be accounted for. The mothers and fawns are confined to the stalls for the first month of the fawn's life, with weights obtained every other day. This is accomplished by, for the first 2 weeks, the fawns tend to naturally hide, and are easily picked up from the bedding and walked to the scale, weighed, and brought back to the mother. After 2 weeks of age, the fawns are readily getting up and moving away from the keeper staff, so the doors to the back of the stalls will be opened and the animal will be asked to move down the chute onto the scale, be restrained for a few moments, and then allowed to go back to its mother. Increased access to the center barn aisle when the herd is locked out during the day with other mothers and fawns is begun at 2 to 3 months of age, with an increasing access to larger outside areas as the behavior of the fawns remains stable. If a fawn is more nervous than others, they might not be able to be given access outside as readily as some others. By the time they are 6 months of age, the males are moved to the main barn and put in with an adult male for company to learn the routine of that barn, and the mothers and the female fawns are introduced into the female herd. They're no longer held in the stalls. So on the lower left here is a mother and her fawn. In the center is a fawn on the scale here. And to the right of that is a mother and a fawn out in the center aisle with the front of the stall doors open for access in and out. So the fawns are let out during the day, in this case, for a little bit more exercise and to get familiar with the facility. Here's a picture of an ear tagging process of a Dama gazelle, which is similar to the Ellis deer as far as how the process is done, while the fawns are still 1 or 2 days old. Now, the male holding facilities are separate from the females to help reduce aggression between the males. The barn consists of 2 wings, one in the lower right and one in the upper left, connected by a central area that has storage areas and a lab. In the lab area is where male sedations for semen collection and other health exams are conducted. The males are not handled when they're in hard antler because they are too dangerous, and they're only handled when they are in velvet. So for the semen collection, it's usually done when they're in hard antler. There's a scale located in the lower wing, and if a weight is required, the animal is led into the central aisleway here, and a door is folded across above the scale, and the animal is pushed into or called into the scale to get weight. In this picture second from the right is a male freely standing on the scale. Then the picture on the upper right is a male standing in a stall. And the lower right is a male standing in the run peering into the stall, where you can see the partitions between the stalls, between the runs outside, is solid sheet metal so that the animals, same thing with this picture here, so that the animals cannot fight when they're outside where they can see each other. The photo on the bottom left shows a male interacting with a plastic ball. This is provided to help an outlet for natural aggression. During the rut season, males are individually housed in the stalls with outside access to the run that is separated by solid visual barriers. again, to mitigate aggression. With the males shed antlers, they're placed together in larger holding areas and pastures in bachelor groups until the fall when they re-enter ruts and they are once again separated into stalls and breeding groups. So the males will have pasture access roughly from June when they shed their antlers until November when they start becoming aggressive with each other while still in velvet, and then they are brought back in. So the only time adult males are usually handled for other than research purposes is to get a weight when they shed their antlers when they go out into the breeding, into the bachelor group, and then they get a weight again when they come in while they're still in velvet in the fall. So they're weighed twice a year, and they are handled just like they were when they were fawns. And they are very good about once they are pressed to the wall, they will hold still for a few minutes, and then they are released, and then they're sent to their winter quarters or their summer quarters, whatever the case may be. Now, staff training to handle a very flighty fractious species such as elk deer is extremely important to ensure both animal and human safety. Safely shifting animals for a research project, for breeding encounters and separations, or facilities maintenance are just a few examples of necessary animal movement. So appropriate nonverbal body positioning and attitude assist in keeping a tractable, calm herd. The body language that keeper staff displays is very important. For a keeper to move animals away in a desired direction, the following should be kept in mind. Direct eye contact is threatening to a prey species such as elk deer and will usually result in a flight response from the deer. But it may also elicit a fight response in hand-raised animals. Facing the animal, shoulders squared, looking at them, shows dominance and tends to make the animal at least stop in place, if not start to move, not for them to start moving away. The stomp of a foot is a potential alarm signal and will raise animal alertness and in many cases assist in getting the animal to move away. For a keeper to allow an animal to advance and or pass by them, they would lead with the shoulder at an angle to the animal and face towards the wall in a chute or a stall or wherever they're at to indicate that the animal can pass by. At this point in time, they would avoid direct eye contact to allow the animal to go by. Overall, entering an area with calm confidence is best. So the keeper should know what it is they want to accomplish, how they're going to accomplish that, and follow that plan. If an animal senses hesitation, it will hesitate, and that will likely result in a fight or flight response from the animal. Another part of staff training that's important is the actual physical restraint of an animal, the safe physical restraint. When entering an area on the scale, say with an animal to get a weight or to do a veterinary procedure, to restrain the animal, we do not push down on the deer. We hold the animal's body level against the wall or put a slight upward pressure on it along the wall or other solid surface. The pressure restraint usually involves one person at the chest with a leg in front of the chest and a leg behind the elbow. For fawns, this only requires one person. To hold the adult, it requires a second person on the hindquarters with one foot in front of the stifle area and another foot behind another leg behind the rump. That is shown here in this photo to the right. The keeper in the front is holding one leg against the chest of the female, and the other keeper is holding one leg against the stifle of the female. In this case, the female is very calm. She's an older female, has had several fawns, and in this photo, she's actually getting an ultrasound to check for pregnancy. So the keepers do not have to apply too much pressure because she's comfortable with the situation. If it was a flighty animal, the keepers will be showing more restraint of the animal. Steady pressure is applied to the animal until it is ready to be released. If the animal begins to struggle prior to a planned release, it is held until it calms down, if possible, so that it does not learn that struggling will lead to release. So if an animal starts to struggle, that is not a cue to release it. You want it to make sure it calms down, and when you get that split second of calmness, then you can release it so that it doesn't learn that if it starts to act like it's completely let go. Attempting to restrain or hold legs of particularly elk deer is not recommended. They do not tolerate it. And somebody's been get hurt. They have very sharp hooves. Here are some animal management recommendations or when bringing animals in from field pens into smaller areas to begin habituation to keepers and caretakers and the facilities. All feed items should be provided near to and eventually inside the facility to draw the animals closer to and into the facility, to get them comfortable with it, and it's positive reinforcement in that there's a food reward. Keeping disturbances to a minimum in the facility and providing multiple areas for individuals to hide from view from handlers and herd mates is very important, particularly for very nervous individuals. It's something as simple as a bale of hay or a log or a branch could suffice to make an animal more comfortable. And keeping those closer into the facility might actually draw the animals in. It is suggested that a radio should be left on, playing music softly to habituate the deer to different voices and sounds. The radio volume can be increased to help muffle other disturbances in the area if needed, such as construction sounds. A small number of trained, dedicated staff tends to more quickly and completely build trust with flighty animals. New persons are slowly introduced alongside familiar keepers until the deer become familiar with them. It is best to have them with a staff member that the deer know. The more space that is given to a nervous animal tends to lead to increased factiousness and injury. The smaller the space, the less ability for the animal to get up speed and or jump into barriers, resulting in fatalities. Small, solid barrier areas improve overall survivability. We see this when we're doing the training of the mother-raised fawns. We start out with small spaces until they get comfortable with the keeper presence in those places, and then you can increasingly add more space as they become familiar with it. Solid barriers are necessary to reduce injuries and death. If the animal can see through a barrier or fence, they will attempt to pass through it when spooked. So even simply putting a sheet or some visual block on a fence will tend to help keep the animals from running into it. Animal management recommendations for more intense handling for research purposes, such as blood draws, ultrasounds, and minor veterinary procedures. It is suggested to hand raise the first and possibly second generation of fawns beginning at 1 to 2 days of age. Once a generation of all hand-raised and trustable individuals has been achieved, beginning to allow hand-raised females to raise their fawns is begun. Handling these fawns every other day for weight for the first 30 days of life, including holding them in the scale area for a few moments until calm behavior is achieved prior to releasing them from the scale area, is ideal. This helps develop muscle memory for brief calm restraint as an adult. After the first 30 days, reduce handling and weighing of the fawn to once a week for the next 6 months. This keeps them familiar with it, but also it's not as intense, and they're usually calmer when you do it. At 6 months of age, allow access of mothers and fawns to the remainder of the herd. At this point in time, they tend to be about as calm as they're going to get. They may get a little more nervous, but they will follow what the herd does. In conclusion, the animal management practices developed for the Elk deer could support and assist successful recovery efforts of other cervid species, including the critically endangered Hangul. Thank you for your time. And please let me know if you have any questions or would like to have more information. Thank you.
Thanks. This has been a marathon session again, much longer than anticipated. There were some issues. I mean, the session was about interface of people and wildlife, but we have sort of veered across several topics. We have had the great fortune of having 3 of our invited speakers also coming and speaking this afternoon, which was not scheduled in this session, but they were extremely fascinating talks. All the 3 of them by Budan, William, and by Dr. Dolores. 3 of you, really sorry that we won't be able to take any questions because we are running 1.5 hours late. Yeah, and we have another session to go after the 6 p.m. time that we are at now. So, and to all, the 4 other presentations that were remaining, please catch the speakers if you have any questions. And see, I'll from our side also, I'll just try to conclude for the session. Very, very briefly, the session was on people-wildlife interface, like I said earlier. We have had a couple of talks, I think, from the sessions which were scheduled tomorrow, and they were very insightful. We had a cross-section, like we have been seeing in this conference so far, across the country and the globe, covering different themes, geographies, and outlooks to conservation of the species. So I will not go into the details of the several talks which have happened, but I would just like to say that at least in the researcher talks, we saw a lot of rigor, like has been the pattern here. Yes, the 5-minute speed talks are not the best mode for a full conference, but like we discussed yesterday, it is giving you all great opportunity of interactions here. But in today's talk, again, unlike yesterday in the forenoon, the talks were mostly more than 5 minutes. Yeah, so the timekeeping was not as good as yesterday, but the talks were equally insightful. So I think with this, we would like to close the session, and especially the three of you joining online, sincere apologies, and but it has been really insightful, and I'm sure we'll all trouble Dr. Khurshid to take your email IDs and perhaps send questions to you. So thanks again for joining online, and thanks everyone for being patient. And over to the next session. Do you have any? Yeah. Thank you.
With this, we concluded the session, a theme third, human-wildlife interface, interaction, community engagement and mitigation. On behalf of organizing committee, I sincerely thank our chairperson, co-chairs, rapporteurs, and all the speakers of their valuable contribution. This session has reminded us that while conflicts between human and wildlife are inevitable, they also open opportunities for innovations, collaborations, and shared responsibility for our heritage. Now, may I request Mr. Intisar Suhail to felicitate our distinguished co-chairperson, Dr. Urus Ilyas, Professor, Aligarh Muslim University.
It's really nice to take the token of appreciation from your classmates. Thank you, sir.
I also request Mr. Intisar Suhail to felicitate our distinguished chairperson, Mr. Rashid Nakash. Now may I request Mr. Yashvi. Now I may request Mr. Yashveer Bhatnagar to felicitate our distinguished rapporteur of the session, Mr. Intisar Suhail. Thank you so much. We will now have a short break. I kindly request everyone to stay here and rejoin us shortly as we are having another session. which is climate change impact and adaptation. Climate change is no longer a distinct concern, it's a reality that is reshaping our ecosystem, altering species distribution, and threatening both biodiversity and human well-being. Understanding its impacts and effective adaptation strategies, which are critical steps towards securing conservation and ensuring sustainable future. We are privileged to have with us an eminent panel of experts to guide us through this theme. We are having the chair, Dr. Claude Fisher, wildlife ecologist and professor, University of Applied Sciences of Western Switzerland. Co-chair, Mr. Dr. Bilal Habib, senior scientist, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. And co-chair, Dr. David Javier Galendo, wildlife biologist and climate scientist, Spain. And the rapporteur of the session is Mr. Majid Farouk, senior researcher, Department of Ecology, Environment and Remote Sensing. Let's all extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries whose guidance and presence add immense value to this session. We will begin with our first talk by Dr. Claude Fisher, who is a renowned wildlife ecologist and professor at the University of Applied Science of Western Switzerland. It's my pleasure to call upon Dr. Claude Fisher to share your insights with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Yes. So, my topic will be not only about climate change, but partly there is a link also to the former session, because it's still also about human-wildlife cohabitation. I don't like to speak about conflict only, but more about cohabitation. I think it's the aim we have to as yesterday, Dr. Khorshid presented the return of the red deer in Switzerland quite briefly. I prepared so yesterday evening 2 slides to explain a little bit more this experience we had in Switzerland. The red deer was totally extinct from Switzerland about in the mid-19th century, as the ibex and the wild boar and chamois and the roe deer were almost extinct at this moment. Beginning of the 20th century, 3 steps were taken in order to have the population recovering or to let them recolonize Switzerland. First step was the definition of a federal law on hunting and protection of mammals and birds, with an implementation with gamekeepers that are like the hunting police. Then we defined hunting ban areas, 41 national hunting ban areas across the country where hunting is totally forbidden all year through. But then, so Switzerland is made out of 26 states, and each state added to this cantonal hunting ban areas. And for instance, for the grison, so this this part southeast of Switzerland, there are 600 hunting ban areas. Some of them only 50 hectares, others much larger. But it gives a network or a mosaic of places, of protected places for the red deer. And then, so during hunting season, they can find a refuge there. So the red deer recolonized Switzerland from the east, from Austria mainly. And at the end of the 20s, so 1920s, it was huntable again. And now, this is the hunting statistics of Switzerland. Since 1933, we have quite detailed hunting statistics. The different colors are the different sex classes and age classes. And you will see that, so it's a bit far for some of you, but so the first year in 33, it was about 20, 30 red deer that were hunted. And in 2024, we had almost 14,000 red deer that are hunted. It's about one quarter of the estimated population. And this is the distribution, in 2021 distribution of the red deer in Switzerland. So it's spread across all the Alps. So all this area, so the southern half of Switzerland, and it began also in the west, in the Jura Mountains, also a mountainous area. And now in the center, they are beginning to recolonize the lowlands that are really heavily urbanized. And the example I will give you now, so this red deer in Geneva, is in the far east. So this area, which is really highly urbanized and with a very fast development of urbanization. So now if we come back to the main topic, so this red deer facing or ungulate facing urbanization, anthropization, there are two possible outcomes. The first outcome is that urbanization represents a threat. One of the main threats is fragmentation. Then you also have direct fragmentation that you know from the road network or railway network. Mortality, direct mortality. So in Switzerland we have a lot of casualties because of agricultural machinery. So that's a road deer fawn that was mown with the grass, or with accidents, so car accidents. Though this is an example of a moose in Canada, but I didn't have a good picture of a red deer, a collision with red deer. The thing is with species that are as big as the red deer is that an accident is also a very important problem for human safety and for insurances. It's not only wildlife conservation, it's also a social need to reduce these accidents, and also an economical need because of the insurance having to pay these accidents. Then there are disturbances, diseases, and other things like this. All these topics, they call for conservation efforts, and so the idea is to manage the threat of different factors. Some species, they may also benefit from urbanization. And I think the very good talk of Aslam showed the benefit of human presence for prey species, because with this they avoid presence of larger predators. And this was a very good example. I had another example. So here it's a residential area, and you see the dots. It's from so the yellow dots is from a collared wild boar, and it's his daily resting site within this area. That's the view he has from his resting sites. So here is really, it's a refuge from hunting pressure, because hunting is not allowed close to the house. So now for this talk, I will only speak about fragmentation, because we just have a short time to present our stuff. So animals need space, and this was recognized so over 100 years ago with the development, with the implementation of national parks, natural reserve. Here you have the example of all the national parks in Africa. I showed a similar example with our hunting ban areas in Switzerland. And what they have in common is that they are islands, totally isolated, often much too small to preserve larger species, and especially migrating species. But we are still building mostly on these protected areas which are restricted. Because animals, they need space, but also need to move. And here you have an example in the Alps. You will see 1 year of movement of 12 red deer yellow, red, you have females. These two are funny because they always go up and down. So they are in higher altitudes during daytime to avoid presence of human, and they come down close to the houses at night because they are the grasslands they are feeding on. In blue, you have the males. Interesting, see two different valleys, so it's that the movement are not totally as important in both valleys. To the east, the animal move less than to the west. And then, so I will go a bit faster, you will see the blue, the animal in blue down totally to the south. He will have a migrating movement. And there are only two of these males that show this migration. And what's interesting, he will not cross a valley, he will just walk along the slope of a massif, mountainous massif. He will take exactly the same path to come back, and after this, for the second year of tracking, he took exactly the same path. So, showing the importance also of corridors. So the animal needs to move, and there's different kind of movement, different scales that have to be considered. You have daily movements between habitats, between patches of resources, and these are usually movement on smaller scales. Then you have the seasonal movement, like migration, that are linked to climate, so snowy conditions in winter in the mountain, or to green flushes, or to rutting season. And you also have unimodal movement, like dispersion or colonization. And so daily movement are for basic needs. Seasonally, it's an adaptation to changing conditions. And gene flow or escape from climate change are linked to unimodal movements that are quite seldom in the life of the animal. For the two first kind of movements, the landscape is known by the animal, by the others, the animal are naive towards the landscape. We'll go manner. And so we have to make the difference between residents and dispersers when we are thinking about movement. So as I said, the historic conservation concept of protected areas is an island, and around this island, no efforts was done. Now the new concept is more to have a network and to have between the green patches that are the islands, we have stepping stones or corridors. Reality is not nice like this, it's more like on the right. It's that the network of natural habitats is overlaid with the network of human infrastructure. And we have to cope with the crossing of both these networks. And an additional factor that comes in the equation is that there are a lot of variability amongst individual season, movement, and weight priorities. And often we think about the capacity of animal to move across the landscape, but it's more the motivation which is important. I can go in a lake swimming at 12 degrees, but I'm not really motivated to do it. It's the same for an animal. So just two instances here, two animals that were captured at the same site, but with totally different habitat use. Example, a red deer crossing a road. All red dots are the places where he crossed the road. So you can say it appears that red deer cross the roads quite easily, but it's not always like this. If you see, if you look at this female, she will have quite difficulties to cross the road, even if no car is passing during all the sequence. And she's very prudent. So I will not show all the video, but at the end you will see, so she will come back and she will walk along the road for 50, 100 meters until she has cover on the other side of the road. So cover on both sides is important for this individual. So we have those differences in individuals and differences in movement categories, because if the animal is naive, it will not be motivated as if he knows the landscape. And again, you have this difference between disperser and resident individual. So the fragmentation in Geneva, so you have here, it's from the publication from the June, from the Atlas of Ungulate Migration, with how we call it, the urbanization level. The more red it is, the more urbanization, and our population is from 28 population of red deer is that is living in the most urbanized area in this work. You see here that's also, again, a movement of our red deer during 6 years. You have the airport down, so Geneva airport, a lot of villages, and you see that the animals are still moving. They are concentrating in one forest that's for the rutting, and the rest of the time they are spreading across the landscape. And so it looks nice. They are adapted to this landscape. But the reality is that they are using probably corridors. And so we made some modeling of the connectivity for the red deer. So looking at the needs from literature, it's modeling with prioritization. So the more red it is, the more probable the movement, and it goes towards the blue. And it looks like there are a lot of theoretical corridors. Reality is different. So the all dots are the GPS points, and you see that only 3 corridors are really in use. That's nice to know these 3 corridors. So we are happy because our modeling shows that the 3 corridors are existing. But existing corridors are one thing, we can protect them. Which can be important is to go and look why other corridors that are theoretically usable are not crossed by the animals. And then you have to go in the field. And we went in the field, and what we saw, all the yellow lines you see here are fences. So this corridor becomes narrow, fences are increasing, but both the corridors in red are totally blocked by fences. And these fences, you never have them in the models because they are not present in any geometric layer. So again, you have in blue 2 corridors, yellow dots, the GPS points. If we add the barriers in colors, they are blocking all the corridors. So we had another place without barriers, no dots, no GPS points, and we overlaid this with our night continuum model, and what we saw is that the red deer, they are also sensitive to light pollution at night, and so if you look at their movement during the night, they move, during the day they stay in the forest. And so that's only for 3 days. But so we statistically could show that red deer, they stay in the shadow also when they are in the open landscape. So that's the analysis. I will not remain on this. So just to conclude, when considering movement, think about motivation and not capacity to move. When evaluating the functionality of a corridor, think about the dispersers and not the residents. Often with camera traps on a corridor or a wildlife passage, you will have a lot of residents passing by. It's not this that we want. We want the dispersers because they are responsible for gene flow. The roads are not the only barriers. There are what I call the hidden barriers, like the fences. The corridors that are shown to be used, it's important to consider them. but also consider why other corridors are not in use. And finally, if you do models, try to have models that show a prioritization, but also prediction potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher, for the rich perspective linking climate change, habitat transformation, and wildlife adaptation. Next, we are having Mr. Mario Melati, a recognized wildlife biologist, specialization in animal ecology, particularly African mammals. He currently serves as a researcher with the African Buffalo Interest Group under the IUCN Antelope Specialist Group. His research spans forest buffaloes in Central Africa, rainforests to various ungulate species across Africa, contributing scientifically to our understanding of their ecology. Let us warmly welcome Dr. Mario Melati upon the stage to deliver his talk.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. So, first of all, I would like to thank all the organizer to giving me this opportunity to present this book. So, why a book on deer of the world? So, I think this is the right time for a new book on deer of the world to update the conservation and taxonomy status. Last book was the excellent work of Valerius Geist in 1998. And unfortunately, Valerius Geist could not contribute to this book because he passed away in 2021. So, a bit of story behind this book. I would like to talk a little bit how it works here. Okay. I would like to. Okay, a bit of a story behind this book. In 2018, I proposed this idea to my co-editor, Stefano Fogardi. Please, Stefano, don't sleep during my presentation. And at that time, it was just a talk, just an idea. But we didn't realize at that time that this book needed a lot of work, but a huge amount of work. So, and we didn't realize at that time that we have more than 50 deer species in the world. So, in 2019, we started to put together a list of preliminary chapters, and we started to invite experts. And we realized that we have more than 50 species of deer, and we were a bit worried, because this meant a lot of work, both from the editor and from the authors. In 2020, the book was approved by Springer Nature, and then the book cover all the 53 species that are country recognized in the world, and then involves 160 experts over there, and it was a huge work to collect all these experts, but I'm really proud to have all these people, and some of the authors also are attending this conference, and it was a pleasure to meet them. So then the book described, first of all, the systematic taxonomy and evolution, and then cover all the different species with detailed accounts. We decided to insert a species account in the book because we thought that it was worth to include this species account, because we don't know a lot of data about the conservation status, the taxonomy of many tropical deers. I think that it was worth to include this chapter. And then we have also included a number of chapters ranging from conservation, management, hunting, farming, disease, extensive conservation, and the impact of the forest ecosystem. So a quick look at the contents of the book. As you can see, the book is constituted by 3 sections. Part 1, systematic and evolution, an important chapter on systematic of deer. Then we have a chapter on evolution of quadrine deer, another chapter on the significance and the evolution of antler in deer. Then we have a long list of species account. Very long. We have chapter 22 that is an overview about the taxonomic status and conservation of muntjacs. That's a very complex group of deer. And then the list continues with all chapter on muntjac, and then we have in a similar way we also put in the book chapter 39 about the taxonomy of broken deer, another very complex group of deer. Then the section 2 ends with chapter 55 about moose. So in part 3, as I already mentioned, we have touched the different topics from conservation, disease, hunting, impact of the deer on forest ecosystem, and also a nice chapter on ex situ conservation of tropical deer. So we did a systematic research on Web of Science for the last 10 years to understand the level of our knowledge about the deer. As you can see, as expected, we found that white-tailed deer and wolf deer are the most studied species, followed by moose, probably for its huge range of distribution, and then 2 Eurasian deer, roe deer, and reindeer. So these species have all the species have more than 800 paper per species. But we have also 14 species that have an intermediate level of knowledge with chapter ranging from, with paper ranging from 52 and less of 800. So these species occur all in South America and Asia. Then we have 18 species that we have very little information. All the species occur in South America and Asia. And the muntjacs, again, muntjacs is a very little known group of species, is a very complex group. So I would like also to show these 3. Here we have the group of Eurasian deer. This 3 was presented by Nicola Eckenberg in chapter 1. It's a new update. And then we have a group of muntjacs and the capioline at the end. Then we have here the group of South American deer 1 and South American deer 2. So, and then we have the all Arctic species. So, then I would like to talk about a little bit about Muntiacus. As you can imagine, the taxonomic status of Muntiacus at the moment is really confused, I have to say, because we don't know relationship between several populations, in particular in Himalaya, in Southeast Asia. But in this book, I have been done in a huge work by Robert Timmins, one of the top scientists for the Southeast Asia, putting together a lot of data from camera trap, field work, field study, and great literature, and so on. And in this book, for the first time, we propose a different taxonomy arrangement of the muntjac in 2 clades, Muntiacus rooseveltorum with 3 species, and Muntiacus muntjac with 2 species. Then we also collect hundreds of pictures to try to recognize the different species. Most of these pictures come from camera traps. Another very group of very complex deer, Mazama, but already David Galindo already talked about Mazama, so I don't go in depth on Mazama, but in this book we currently recognize 6 species. And Mazama once was considered a monophyletic group of deer, now it's the last recent studies have been considered phyletic, and the 2 species of Mazama have been shifted to the new revalidated genera Subulo, and one to Passalites. So we have, before we had Mazama guabzuruba and Mazama chunia, now we have the new revalidated general subulo, and also new proposed species changing, renamed from Mazama nemorivaga to Passalites nemorivagus. So, a quick look to some of the most threatened species. I will go quite fast here because we don't have a lot of time. So, Bayawan deer, the very critical endangered species. Now there is also the threat about the African swine. No, there is also the threat, sorry, about the, of course, habitat loss and poaching human pressure, because insular population very rare. Then we have Java deer. Java deer again is a deer with a scattered population, not interconnected between them, ranging from Java to Sulawesi and surrounding island. Visian spotted deer is another endangered species with small isolated population. We really do not know the size of this population, but it should be around 700 to 1,000 individuals. So Calamian deer is another endangered species that occurs just in two of the main islands in the Philippines. And then Philippine brown deer is another vulnerable species, and also with fragmented population, and all the species, of course, the same stories. So human pressure, habitat loss, and poaching. So then we have Perry deer. It was an extinct deer, and then it was reintroduced in China in the last 20 years, and now we have about a population of about 2,000 individuals. And then water deer, mostly occurs in China, North Korea, South Korea. So I would like to just to list the main gaps that we found during the preparation of this book. So first, taxonomy status of Montiacus. This is a big gap that still needed to be clarified. Then, of course, the taxonomic status also of the Mazama, in particular at the species level, because at the general level it's a bit more easier the situation. So then we needed to improve, of course, the ecology of the insular population and the conservation status of course, of many tropical deer. We do not have a lot of data because we have several species with data deficient. So I would like to conclude. First of all, I would like to thank all the authors, because without their contribution, dedication, and effort, this book would not have been possible. First of all, then I would like also to thank all the production team at the Springer, that was fantastic during all the process. I would like also to thank all the photographers, hundreds of people that sent several hundred of pictures of very rare species and never published before. So, and then I also would like to thank dozens of reviewers that improved the book with their comment and the review. So at the end, after 5 years of work, I have to say that finally we have this book, and it has been a pleasure to work with all the authors. And now that the book is printed, I hope that it will be appreciated by the scientific community. And now I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mario, for sharing your expertise and broadening our perspective on global deer conservation in the context of the climate change. Now I request chairperson and co-chairs to call upon the technical presenters, and rapporteur will give the final report. Over to you, sir.
We would like to invite Sundus Shamsi for your presentation, please. Is it present? Okay. So in this case, we would like to invite Bashir. Thank you.
So I will ring the bell after 4 minutes, and after 5 minutes, I will start walking towards you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bilal. Very good evening to all of you. So, within the stipulated time, 5 minutes, I would try my best to give you an overview of our attempts to forecast the Hangul and Marco distribution in the Kashmir Himalayas under different climate change scenarios. Two fascinating species, both threatened to exist for existence, Hangul as well as the Markhor. As you can see through the distribution ranges, the historical distribution range, and for Markhor as well as the Hangul. So as they inhabit the fragile mountain ecosystems and they are threatened to existence due to multiple factors, like habitat fragmentation, climate change being one of those. So both these threatened species are expected to be affected by the climate change. So our study area for these two species, which the area where we predicted our model, was the entire historical range for the Hangul, and for Markhor we specifically focused our domain in the Pir Panjal range and the Gilgit-Baltistan area. Our main objectives of the study were to determine the factors which affect the distribution and habitat suitability of Hangul and Markhor, and also to predict the change in the habitat suitability with respect to different climate change scenarios. So in the methodology, we collected our species presence data based on trail monitoring, recording both presence through direct and indirect evidences. The locations are just mentioned on the map. So these presence locations or presence data was modeled with respect to different habitat variables, which included climatic variables, landscape and topographic variables, as well as anthropogenic variables. Using random forest machine learning algorithms, we modeled these presence locations against different covariates, and it was followed by model validation. And future predictions or projections for with respect to different climate change scenarios were assessed at 4 different climate change scenarios, which are listed here. So coming to the results out of the candidate set of variables which we used for both the species, about 12 variables were highlighted as more important with respect to other variables in terms of Hangul, and for 25 in terms of Markhor. Some most important variables for Hangul were forest maximum temperature, the cold month, and for Markhor they were like wettest quarter, actual evaporation, and climate moisture index. Our model performance was also good, which was validated, which was indicated through our accuracy of 94%. So this habitat suitability map shows the predicted occurrence of Hangul as well as Markhor in our study area. Now coming to the change in the habitat availability of the suitable habitats for the species in terms of Markhor, our model predicted that highlighted some loss in the overall distribution or availability of the suitable habitats for the species, as well as some gain, and some of the area was stable. So the results indicated an overall net gain in the habitat available for the Hangul. Similarly, in case of the Markhor, you can see through different color, 3 different colors. The model also predicted a change in the habitats available in the future climate change scenarios, including loss, gain, as well as some areas which were stable. Similarly, as for the Hangul, for Markhor also, our results indicated an overall increase or of net gain in the overall availability of the suitable habitats. Coming to the conclusion, the study highlighted some key habitat variables that influence the distribution of the species. Model predictions revealed a disproportionate yet overall net gain in both Hangul and Markhor habitat available for the species under different climate change scenarios. The gain in the potential habitat for Hangul was projected in the non-protected areas around the Dachigam, whereas for the Markhor it was depicted by range shifts towards higher elevations. The most important finding which was evident from our study was that the loss of Markhor habitat was anticipated in the Pir Panjal range, whereas the net gain was reflected in the Gilgit-Baltistan area. Thank you so much. I would like to acknowledge all the partners and the different organizations, particularly my co-authors, Dr. Shahide Dar and Ms. Onrilla, and most importantly, the organizers of this conference for giving this opportunity to present my work. Thank you.
We would like to invite to the next presentation Chamba Wangmo. Is it okay? Is it here? Okay, so that's it. So we would like to invite to Menhaz Nazir. Is it okay? No, no. Menhaz Nazir.
Please, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay. I will stop. Right? Okay, so we would like to invite for your presentation to Riva Stava.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sure. Please.
Uh,
You have 5 minutes for your
Right.
presentation.
A very good evening, everyone. I am Tanushree, and thank you for inviting me for this talk. And I will quickly start my presentation. I will be presenting the study on establishing reproductive seasons of the conservation of critically endangered Kashmir Hangul. And this is a part of my postdoctoral work at CCMB Hyderabad. So if we talk about seasonality in the high altitude ecosystems, we all know that the high altitude ecosystems are highly seasonal because of the environmental changes with season and its effects on the forage availability. So this has impacts on ungulates, especially on their reproduction. So what these ungulates do is that during the summer season, when there is a lot of forage available in the area, they try to feed on the forage available and they try to build their body stores and prepare themselves for the upcoming breeding season, and they are reproductively dormant. In the autumn season, they come into rut, the males come into rut and the females come into estrus and they breed, and then they have an overwinter long gestation period, and in spring when there is a lot of forage available again, they start to give birth, and that's a very short window. So that is how these animals try to adjust themselves with the limited amount of forage available in the area. So we have been studying we have conducted the studies in the critically endangered Hangul in Dachigam National Park. And we tried asking questions on the strategies of males and females to time their reproduction, its relationship to stress and its relationships to day length and reproductive hormones and stress. So we conducted this study in Dachigam National Park, and we laid permanent trails on which we collected fresh fecal samples. And these fecal samples, we collected around 1,700 fresh fecal samples by walking more than 1,200 kilometers in the area. And we analyzed around 1,100 samples for hormones and around 800 samples for genetic analysis, which were mostly the identification of sex. So quickly coming to the results, these plots show the variations in female hormones in the study, and all the x-axis of all the plots are the month of data collection, and the y-axis shows the hormone concentrations. So in the first plot, we see that the estrogen levels are increasing from October to January, when we say that the females are in estrus. And this is followed when the population divides itself into two groups, the non-pregnant females and the pregnant females. So the non-pregnant females are the ones which do not conceive in the first cycle, and they try to continue the estrus cycles. This is also confirmed by the progesterone levels in the population of females, and the gestation period is from December till March, following which they give birth to the young ones in the month of April, May and June most probably. And this is interestingly accompanied by a higher stress levels during the estrus and birth seasons. In the males, we see that the rutting is very much synchronized, and the males come into rut from October and December, and this is accompanied by the stress levels, which are also high during the month of October, November and December. So we see that the males are highly stressed. It is also because these males are territorial and they have to compete with other males to maintain a larger harem, of course. And if we look at the relationships of the female hormones, we see that the female hormones are negatively related with the increased food availability, and we see that they try to give the birth to the young ones when there is a lot of forage available. And with the cortisol levels, we see that the cortisol levels are high when the testosterone levels are high. So we see that the males are highly stressed when they are in rutting, which is very obvious in these territorial red deer males. Coming to the conclusions, this is the first study to establish the reproductive seasonality and stress in the Kashmir red deer, and this will serve as a baseline for the captive breeding programs that Dr. Khurshid at SKUAST and the Department of Wildlife is also working on, and it will also serve as a baseline to predict the effects of climate change on these species, and this can also be used as effective measures to be taken to keep the park free from anthropogenic disturbances and notably during mating and parturition. And I would like to thank the organizers and my team, and these are some of the publications that we have done from the study. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now we would like to invite to Shagun Thakur.
And there's a good news that this is the last presentation, so be happy.
So, shall I start, sir? Okay, good evening, everyone. I am Shagun Thakur, and I am from Wildlife Institute of India. Today, I'll be talking about the ensemble modeling and protected area planning for conserving the taxonomically ambiguous musk deer under climate change. How this works? This one? Stress hard in the context. Will I get extra time?
Yeah, I will change.
Explain the word ambiguous, taxonomically ambiguous. What do you mean by that? There is not a problem with taxonomy as far as the musk deer is concerned. Now there are 7 recognized species. And I've seen the so-called black musk deer and the other thing almost within 50 yards of each other.
Yeah.
You can respond
Later, yeah.
Yes. So, what is taxonomically ambiguous?
Hey, can you start? Yes, please. Yeah, please.
Fine. So coming to my presentation. Okay, so in the Indian Himalayan region and the Nepal and Bhutan area, we have 4 species of musk deer, which is the Kashmir musk deer, which is in the extreme northern part of India. Then we have Himalayan musk deer ranging from the northern part of India all the way to Nepal as well as Bhutan and Sikkim. Then we have the black musk deer, which is found in Bhutan, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh, and also ranges up to Myanmar. Lastly, we have the alpine musk deer, which is majorly found in China, but few parts of eastern Nepal, Sikkim as well as Bhutan. So, musk deer is known for its cryptic morphology and individual pelage, which varies among seasons. Taxonomic misidentification has historically prevented an accurate estimation of the species' current distribution. I would also like to bring your attention to the Himalayan musk deer dilemma. So based on the literature survey which we did, we found that the Himalayan musk deer, which is the Moschus leucogaster, has been interchangeably used as Moschus chrysogaster, but as per IUCN, Himalayan musk deer is classified as leucogaster. We have been conducting long-term monitoring in various parts of Indian Himalaya, starting from Great Himalayan National Park, Bhagirathi Basin in Uttarakhand, Teesta Basin in Sikkim, and Kameng Basin in Arunachal Pradesh, where based on the camera trap data, we found various coat color variations in the musk deer. However, in case of the Kameng Basin, which is in Arunachal Pradesh, we exclusively found the black musk deer from the region, which brings me to the formulation of our strategy of stratifying the data into 4 groups, consisting of the occurrences of confirmed black musk deer, and a lumped eastern group which consisted of ambiguous eastern musk deer data as well as the black musk deer data. Then we also formed a lumped western and central group and a pan-Himalayan model. We conducted a species distribution modeling as well as a niche overlap analysis. For the species distribution modeling, we checked the correlation and found 6 climatic variables, 4 habitat variables, and 2 topographic variables to be suitable, and among which the conifer forest and the bio-19 was found the most suitable for the musk deer distribution. The best model was the random forest and support vector machines, which show the highest performances. Coming to the niche overlap, we saw niche overlap conservatism, which is high niche conservatism in the eastern Himalaya, which consisted of the eastern group as well as the black musk deer group, and which further validated the combining of our records. And we saw high niche conservatism in eastern Himalaya. However, in case of the western and the eastern comparison, there was significant niche divergence across the Himalaya, which tells us to necessitate the region-specific modeling approach. Moving to the species distribution modeling, the current suitable habitat for black musk deer was majorly in the Bhutan and the Arunachal Pradesh area. However, for the western group, the overall suitable habitat was found around 75,000 square kilometer, and for the eastern group, it was around 57,000. We also conducted the future habitat suitability, and under 2 scenarios, SSP 245 and 585. Under 245, we saw the potential gain of 24% for eastern group, and potential loss of 24, and potential gain of 10%. And under the extreme 585 scenario, the potential loss was around 10%, and gain was around 19%. For the western group, under 245 SSP scenario, we found 23% of potential loss and 10% of the gain. And under 585 scenario, there was 35% of potential loss of musk deer habitat and 24% of potential gain. We also calculated the protected area effectiveness based on the resilience which we calculated from the area of stable habitat divided by area of current habitat into 100, and found that in the eastern area, the protection changes up to 34%, majorly due to the upslope shift, and this is done only for the extreme scenario, the SSP 585 scenario. For the western group, the protection of the protected areas drops to 22%, which in the overall, which suggests that the overall protection decreases in the extreme SSP 585 scenario. Summarizing my results, we found high niche conservatism in the eastern group. However, strong, significant niche divergence in the western and the eastern group. For the eastern Himalaya, they show better adaptability, whereas the western Himalaya show significant vulnerability. And we saw clear evidence of uphill squeeze for the musk deer habitat, which is shifting upward. Among the protected areas, the Dibang Wildlife Sanctuary and the Wangchung Sentinel National Park in Bhutan and Jigme Dorji were the most stable climate refugia for musk deer under future climate scenarios. I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
So I invite all the speakers to take questions. So if there is any question, yeah, please. Danushari.
this information. If I understood, you have tried to connect the breeding status of the females with condition, body condition, environmental condition, and so on.
Not the, sorry, it was not the body condition, it was based on hormones, and I tried to relate it with the NDVI values and day length.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you try to find a correlation with the fecal nitrogen, which could give an information about the status.
With, sorry, with what? I could not just understand. With relationship with?
I say that you can make an analysis of content of nitrogen in the.
Of course, yes.
You can obtain some information about the nutritional status.
So there is one more study that I have done. This is my PhD work where I have done this, and I have tried to see the quality and quantity or the types of growth forms that they eat, and I've done that with the feces, and we actually saw that the nitrogen content and the quality of their diet is high throughout the winter, and they are trying to maintain high forage, high diet quality in their diet. So I've done that. Yeah, here I haven't done that, but yeah, there is a study on this, on mustia and goral.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please. It's okay, you're audible. Okay, yes.
The question it maybe is not your main goal of your study, but you have the opportunity to compare animals that are pregnant and know the hormones, females pregnant, the hormones dosage. Because I am thinking that maybe it would be possible to having the information to have a test to know if the female is pregnant.
So
I don't know if it's out of.
I know. So till now, what we have done is we have done this study at a population level, where we are trying to look at the mean concentrations, but we have not looked at individual level. So yeah, but yeah, we do. If we look at it, that will be a great thing to do. I'm sure. Yes, that would be really interesting. Yeah.
Like an EVA test.
Yes. Of course, yes.
Thank you. Any other? So any other speaker? Yeah, please, sir.
About the Hangul.
Okay.
To me?
Yeah, Hangul. About the breeding.
Okay, distribution.
No, sorry. Hangul covers breeding. I'm getting
Sir, you can still ask Hangul questions, sir.
To anyone, no problem.
All right.
Yes.
Do you now notice there has been a great decline in adult population, up to the Tuj level, probably not too much, but
Right.
the adult stag.
Right.
And fawn.
Mhm.
Now, fawn we can understand predation or whatever it is, and the other is probably due to poaching. But it would be worthwhile to find out if at birth, what is the ratio of male and female?
Definitely.
I'll tell you why, because I've noticed this and happened.
Right.
This is a very interesting phenomenon.
Definitely, yeah.
That when the population is absolutely in dramatic decline, the breeding propensity decreases. I've seen this with the Barasinga when there were 64 left in the whole
Correct, yeah.
world. The Central Indian Barasinga.
Right.
And I've seen this with the wild buffalo.
Oh.
And the Manipur deer to some extent, not too much. Now, and then you have a predilection of one sex, only males
Right.
or only females.
Yeah.
And that kind of decline nobody has looked at. That is disastrous.
Yes.
Are we going in for that kind of a spiral for the hunger? Because again, you have inbreeding, you have a very, very small population. It's a very interesting theory, and I think somebody should be looking at it.
Definitely, it should be done, and I mean because I have basically done this study using the indirect evidences. But yeah, if we do a census using double observer or whatever, I mean better methods, we can come up with these results, and this can be monitored in the spring season and winter to see overwinter mortality maybe. So that would be that.
Yeah, we should ask Dr. Khurshid to take this. Is there any other question to any one of the speakers? Yeah. To whom?
Okay.
Tawqir.
Yes. One small question about your methodology.
Yeah.
Could you just explain why random forests as an algorithm? And B, I'm sorry if I forgot this, but did you include any variable accounting for human presence and dispersal?
Yes, I think you missed that. We used anthropogenic disturbance variables. That was the fourth set of variables which we used. And what was the first? By random forest, actually, the speaker has already mentioned, which was after me, she used ensemble modeling. So, based on the literature and other information which we have, random forest models are being considered more predictions. They are considered to be more to the explaining the reality. That means close to the real experience in the field. So that's why we used random forest. Yeah.
I think that's it. I think if there is any question for Shagun. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we will start with the speaker, if our chair, if there are any comments.
Yes, thank you. So we are coming to the end of the last session. It was a rather short session, but very high quality of the talks. Yes, very. So I think also all of you respected the 5 minutes. It was well structured, so the quality was really there. Two aspects came across most of the speeches. It's the ambiguity of some taxonomical, of the taxonomy of some species in deer. So we saw it also with Mario and his book, not only in Asia, but also in South America. And the other thing what was also for me quite interesting was this predictive modeling. I think this predictive modeling is very important now. We have to prepare things, but we also have to still go in the field to validate the model. A model remains something theoretical, and we have to validate and find good ways to make this validation. And for this, so I think several of the contribution were really interesting for this. For some aspects, I'm not a specialist, like have a comment.
Once again, I want to congratulate all of our talkers in here. In my case, I found very interested that work with hormones. I used to work with some non-invasive dosage, so I know it's a key tool for the future conservation of many mammals, not only the Hangul, not only, for example, the rocket deers that we work a lot with in South America. And it's how can I say, it's a pleasure to see that it's working in here, that you can use it also as a good tool for conservation of the species, because that basic information about reproductive physiology, it's very important. It's the first step before trying to evolve to reproductive biotechnologies, which, as we saw in some presentations before, are essential for conservation. And I guess that's it. We would like to thanks again for your attention, for your patience, and we would like to close this session.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you so much for your patience, and it was really good presentations and on time, except for our 2 plenary talks, but all our 3 talks were on time. Thank you so much, and I think that's it. We will call it a day. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the session for climate change and impact and adaptations. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank our chair, co-chairs and rapporteur and all the speakers for their valuable contribution. May I now request Dr. Tawqir Bashir to felicitate our distinguished chair with the token of love. Yeah. I also request Mr. Tawqir Bashir to felicitate our distinguished co-chair, Dr. Bilal. Now I request Dr. Bilal to kindly felicitate our co-chair, Dr. David, with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much. With this, we concluded day 2, and tomorrow's session will be held here in this VC hall, and valedictory will be held at the Shalimar Convention Center at 3 p.m. Thank you.